Any questions? No questions. I've been asking this question for the last 40 years, and nobody asks any question. Brother, what's your name? You said. You? You're Edel. Edel Weiss. Edel Clinton, you said. I had asked your name before, but I forget. So he's Cyril and Edel. Cyril and Edel. Almost rhyming. Brother Robin and Sabio. He's also Sabio. You're also Sabio. How is that you have two Sabios? Do you belong to the same group? No. He's a Palatine. Sabio. Very good. And you, brother, what's your name? Who? Godson. We have two Godson also. Yeah, Godson. And you?
Johnson.
He's a son of John. He's son of God. God's son. And anyway, so more or less, I would learn these names. So any questions, gentlemen, once again? Yeah. Otherwise, we'll proceed. So yesterday I was speaking to you in general about moral theology or theology, moral theology as a branch of theology. And I discussed with you how moral theology goes about studying. On the one hand, it looks at, designing a strategy for living a Christian life. Now that God has revealed himself to us in the person of Jesus, how are we to live? What should be our lifestyle? What should be the nature of Christian life? What are the basic principles and orientations that might or that must guide us, and so on? And then we call that general moral theology. And then, of course, now that God has revealed himself in Jesus Christ, what are we to do in specific areas of life, in experience and expressions, etc., about rights of other people, justice issues? How are we to work for a society? What would be the characteristics of a society which would be built in accordance with this response to God's revelation? So these are all specific areas in which moral theology makes its contribution, and you call that specific moral theology. So we have several subjects. You will also study here several treatises in moral theology, which would belong to the specific moral theology. Then I mentioned that even general moral theology goes about studying its subject matter from the point of view of the moral world. It looks at the objective aspect of morality. Is morality something that we make? Is it society that makes what is right and wrong? Because a parliament of a nation passes a rule that divorce is all right, or abortion is all right. Does it mean now this has become right for humanity? Or is there something more which decides something further, something deeper, something to do with reality, which decides what is right and wrong, etc.? So that's a concern of general moral theology, while it looks at morality, what makes right, wrong, etc. And then, of course, it also focuses on the issue of law and what's the role of law in the life of Christians. All these would be a focus on the moral world, an objective dimension of morality. And then it also looks at the subjective aspect of morality. Morality has to do with freedom of an individual, following one's convictions and conscience, etc. Morality has to do with choices that people make. It has to do with one's desires, attractions, appetites, emotions, etc. All these needed to be taken into account in giving orientations to the life of an individual, etc. So all this is considered in that aspect of moral theology, focusing on the moral person. So we said this course we will deal with moral theology from its general perspective, fundamental morals, or from the principles of moral theology. As I said, I will look at this issue of morality. What is morality? That's what we were discussing yesterday, what morality is. And then we will look at some scriptural orientations. I forgot actually to introduce you to a kind of scope of this course, or content of this course, but it's all there in your, I didn't put it in the form of a content. I could have actually put a page. It only increases the volume of the notes. So you can just look at those headings and kind of see. So I've said the first chapter, after having said something about moral theology, I'm dealing with what is morality. So we're looking at those 5 ways of looking at morality, or 5 aspects of morality, which I started discussing. After that, we'll move on to some scriptural orientations. That's how I describe that, because it's very difficult to study a kind of uniform morality in the Bible, etc. It's very difficult, and therefore we look at some fundamental orientations that Bible gives us as far as moral life is concerned, both in the Old Testament as well as in the New Testament. We'll study very briefly. I'll look at a small passage in the book of Exodus, one of the oldest collection of laws, which we call the book of the covenant. In Exodus chapter 20, 22, commandments in Exodus 20, you have another set of, another collection of rules that is one of the oldest collections of law, you could say. And we will look at the ethics that is contained in this collection of rules. Then I'll talk to you about Prophet Amos as well. Amos, considered of a society, Israelite society. So we look at Prophet Amos, some general themes in the book of Amos. That's all we would be able to do in the Old Testament. We could study other books as well. And then I will move to the New Testament, where I'll focus only on the teaching of Jesus, Jesus's moral teaching. We'll consider some themes that are dominant in especially in the Synoptic Gospels. We could have studied other books of the New Testament as well, but in 44, as well as a communal or a community perspective of Jesus's moral teaching, etc. This I will discuss with you, social teaching of Jesus. And then we will go on to ask some theoretical questions about objectivity of morality. Of course, I'll deal with some history of moral theology. I shouldn't forget that. Yeah, we'll look at, after the biblical treatise, I'll talk to you also about a brief history of moral theology. And then, of course, we'll go on to talk about the objectivity of morality, and especially a discussion on natural law. And one of the modern interpretations of natural law, that is proportionalism, we will talk about and comment upon, etc. Then we'll move on to the subjective aspect. I said moral world and moral person. So we look at the moral person as well, who the moral agent is when he's trying to respond to God's revelation, etc. We look at the humans to constitute from the inside these human acts. We look at principally three elements: the object of the human act, the intention of the agent, and of course the reduce the humanity of the human act. You know, if you do something in ignorance, your responsibility is reduced. If you do something in a moment, we will look at some of those facts or factors that reduce responsibility. And then we move on to two other considerations, the reality of sin, and then also touch upon this issue of conscience. Conscience being a personal guide for everyday living in our life as we make concrete choices. So those are things that we look at in this course. So yesterday I asked that question, what is morality? And we said, of course, morality has to do with about this. As I said to you, we differ in our moral conclusions. One person says abortion is all right, another says abortion is a terrible evil. That's the way our world is constructed, people having different ideas about divorce, about abortion, about so many issues. All right, we differ. Even in this classroom, I asked you whether you would help your companion in examination. One of you said no, another said yes. So that's the way we are, all right. But then I said, we not only differ in our moral conclusions, but we also differ as to how we arrive at this moral conclusions. Some of us base our moral conclusions on principles, others on feelings, others on compassion, love, mercy, etc. Still others on consequences. They look at the consequences of an action, this causes greater evil consequences, this causes less evil consequences, and therefore let us choose this. Or something causes greater good. It causes evil and good at the same time, but it causes greater good, and therefore let us choose this. So people have different ways of going about doing morality. That's what I highlighted yesterday. We need to move from the what of morality to the how. The manner in which we actually do morality, the reasoning process that we use, are employed differently sometimes by different people, and that's why they also differ in their moral conclusions, etc. So when we look at morality closely, we will see that it's a very complex reality. It has different angles. You can look at morality from various angles. So each of them is a right way of looking, but not the totality of morality. Each way kind of view of love, etc., but they don't constitute all of morality. So if you want to look at morality in a holistic way, then you must, in some sense, bring these various aspects of morality to have impact on the moral conclusions that we make. Then we can make sound moral judgment. All right. So I was discussing with you those aspects. Maybe we can, kind of talk of other aspects. But these 5 aspects that we are discussing are fairly representative of the foundational grounds on which people base their moral decisions, etc. So yesterday I spoke to you about morality as law. Yeah. So we are familiar with this, all of us, or being members of a church or being members of a society. We are bound by it. But when we speak of morality as law, we are not only speaking about this church law or societal law, etc. We are speaking about a deeper, I'll put it this way, reality is laws. Laws of reality, you say laws of nature, you call that. But it's just not, laws of nature is only part of this. But in the world of human beings, we not only have laws of nature, but we also have laws which our reason discerns from nature. Laws of nature, of course, you go up to the terrace and throw yourself down, naturally you will come down very hard. You hurt yourself, you injure yourself. That's laws of nature. Whether it's a stone that you throw, or a dog, or a man, you get hurt, you come down. Laws of nature. This binds everybody. Animals, plants, human beings, other creatures, matter, etc. Laws of nature affects everybody. But in addition to this, we have what we call laws, LAWS, laws of nature. We also speak of natural law. We'll study this a little more elaborately later on. We also speak of natural law, laws of nature and natural law. Have you heard of that term, natural law? What does that mean? Natural law. Anybody? Brother Edil, before I ask him, I ask you. What is the natural law? What do you think natural law is?
Laws given by nature.
That's, we speak laws of nature. So this is laws given by nature to whom? You're right, I wouldn't have difficulty in accepting what you're saying. But you have to specify. Laws which nature gives to who? To us human beings. All right, yeah. We human beings are capable of discerning obligations in reality. Father, let us say, Father Savio becomes a parish priest of a parish, big parish, and he's sitting down to eat with 3 pieces of fish. All right. And so Father Savio sits down one afternoon hungry to eat his lunch. And at this time, Sister Leticia walks in. All right. Yeah. And so Father Savio invites Sister Leticia, sister, have lunch. And then he goes ahead and eats all 3 pieces of fish. All right. What do you think about that action of Father Savio? Is it right? What do you think yourself, Savio? What would you consider yourself to be? Yeah. Why do you say that? But this is, Sister Leticia has no claim over this one. This is your fish. All right. You are used to eating every day and you eat this. But why do you say no, but there is something wrong here? What is wrong?
Concern for the other also.
See, this is what we are speaking about, natural law. Obligation inbuilt in nature, which only our mind can read. If a pig were next to you, you put, instead of Father Savio, all right, a pig in the parish priest's place, and he gets his 3 pieces of fish, and another woman pig comes along. Do you understand that? So this is an obligation perceived by reason. Reason alone is able. When Sister Leticia comes, Father Savio has to share his fish with her or something. Nowhere. But it is read in the human heart. Do you understand that? So, an obligation perceived by reason in nature. That's what natural law is. You experience this everywhere. All right. Yeah. So you are a bachelor, Savio. All right. You go to the church and there is this lovely lady who is a prospective, candidate for being your wife or whatever. You're not a seminarian now. You have seminarian, of course, you have other obligations, you will notice. All right. But you are a bachelor, getting ready for marriage. And then you look at this person, and the During the next week, you learn that she was the wife of someone. All right. Would you go next week and then look at this woman in the did the previous week? Something would have changed. She is the same. Nothing has changed out there. But certain obligations. A bull wouldn't know this. He wouldn't say this is the cow of another bull. All right. He doesn't have that obligation. Gentlemen, this is what natural law is. It's out there. This binds everybody. Animals, plants, matter, human beings. But natural law, we are speaking about, I took that time to describe this issue of natural law, just to, we are speaking not about civil laws, or ecclesiastical laws or canon law or any other law, but we are speaking about this moral law, natural law. Convictions, moral conclusions, your civil laws, your canon laws, etc., are in accordance with this moral law. Then it is right, otherwise it is wrong. Whether you are prime minister of a country for that matter, or the parliament of a country, if it is in accordance with this moral law, all right, then that law is right, that moral teaching is right, etc. So this is what the first aspect of morality emphasizes. So I mentioned to you, in the Catholic tradition, we emphasize this aspect of morality, morality as being right and wrong. Society might decide what might be right and wrong in the community, but that decision of the society has to be judged against this fundamental, invisible law. So, gentlemen, this is what this aspect of morality emphasizes, morality as law. In other words, its aim is to make morality an objective reality. Morality is not decided by any individual or any group of people, any nation, any authority, or whatever. Morality is decided by reality. What is right and wrong is decided by reality. And that decision of reality can be understood, perceived by right reason, being used. Right reason being employed to perceive that reality. That's being highlighted here, morality as law. So when morality as law is accepted, then what motivates people, as I mentioned, are duty, obedience, etc. These are the things that work, energy, fuel people's moral orientation, moral decisions, etc. They are filled with a sense of duty, obedience, etc. Morality as law. The focus, obligation, obedience. Yeah. Not the come out, the outcome. Duty, obedience. What was that? Yeah, reward and punishment. Punishment, yes. Secondly, we said morality as in conviction. Or awareness of people, awakening of people, conscientious decision being made by people. All right. A child's morality is a little different from an adult's morality. Adult's morality, we would say, is better because the adult becomes a self-directing subject, moral subject, while the child is being told what he should do, and he does because he doesn't know. He does, and so we say he is a good child. He is being directed, guided by law, order, authority, etc. But on the other hand, when a child grows up, he kind of personalizes law. And we say he is a good moral person when a person can self-direct himself towards that which is good. When he acts out of his own inward conviction, etc. When he swallows the law and becomes a law unto himself, as it were. Yeah. So when you say he's a good person, because independent of authority, force, consideration of punishment, etc., consequences of his action, he is somebody who can orient himself towards that which is good, even when no one is looking. Both Luke's Gospel chapter 4 as well as Matthew's Gospel chapter 4, 1 to 11, we have in Matthew the temptation story of Jesus. All right. You have read that story? What was the story? What was Jesus tempted about?
When he was in desert,
Yes.
after 40 days, the Satan
Tempted him. And what was the temptation?
first temptation was to make stone as a food.
To change stones into bread. Yeah. Jesus was alone, right? He was all by himself. The stones might have been lying there. It's a wild place where human beings usually had not visited it, perhaps. And anyway, why? What do you think? There was no law against this one. All right. But Jesus knew the power, the messianic power that was given to him was meant for the glorification of God, not for the satisfaction of his hunger. All right. That's why in that most private moment, Jesus directed himself towards that which is good. And when you can make right choice, you understand. This is what is being emphasized in this yourself. Have you become a law unto yourself, brother? Or you need somebody to bring a stick after you to make you do this or that? Oh, he's saying in some areas. Which are the areas? Don't mention this loudly. Don't answer this question. But which are the areas where you still need somebody to come with a stick? Don't mention the answer. Ask yourself that question. There are some questions which I simply ask, which require no answer, which shouldn't be answered. All right. Because I have no right to ask that question. This is to do with his conscience, man. I'm asking what is not well in his life. I have no right to ask that question. Right? He stands alone with his God. Yeah. Pardon me? Not Maria. Are you Maria also? Bhagyanathan. Yeah. Subin. Yeah, Subin. He is brother Sabio. And Shijin. And your brother Arun. Arul or Arun? Arun. And once again your name, brother? Michael. Very good. He's also Arun. You are Arun. He's also. I have to get used to the face, man. Everybody looks the same in the beginning. So you have to. I have a little problem. I think I'm a little retarded in this area of distinguishing plants and animals, etc. And yeah, yeah. Because I remember as a student, I was very interested in medicine. All right, and I was sent to St. Martha's already as a first-year philosopher, and I stayed with these nurses and fell in love with them, etc. In St. Martha's Hospital in Bangalore. We spent 2 summers, 2 of us, Father Xavier D'Souza and we were sent to do those days, those Good Shepherd, get acquainted with medicine, especially for North Indian seminarians. They were doing that service during summer, giving us special classes training us in home nursing and first aid and this type of thing. So you had to do an examination at the end and you got a certificate. Then we were, both Father Xavier and I, Xavier was junior to me, two years junior to me. And so we were infirmarians most of our life in the seminary, while we had other assistants, but we are the top. Yeah. So I was very interested in this herbal medicine. So once this Chai people, that is Christian Hospital Association of India, Chai. Have you heard of that? CHAI. You never heard about this organ. They still function. They used to go around as a team giving instructions in seminary, telling, teaching seminarians, priests, etc. Herbal medicine. So I was very interested in this. The problem in my life was that I could look at a plant. Next day, I wouldn't remember that one. You have always doubts whether this is the plant that was, shown you. Even today, I have that difficulty. So to distinguish faces is a little problematic for me. It takes me time. After some time, of course, you know who, Edil is different from, what ill are you? Cyril. Edil is different from Cyril, etc. Takes a little time. Anyway, so in the beginning, it's a face. So when you say, you are Arun, after some time in my mind is all the face is no more kind of photographed. It is vague. So I have to distinguish the faces first and then names would come. So Brother Michael, I think I'll remember, and Savio I'll remember. And this Savio, of course. Savio and Savio. Are you related or something? No, not. Pardon? Godson and Godson. Johnson. You are Johnson, he is Godson. Johnson. Robin Hood, of course, is, yes. Because yesterday he was almost acting like Robin Hood. Is it? Right? Right, gentlemen, let us move on. Inner conviction. So this inner conviction to become independent subjects who, liberated from all compulsions, whether they are internal compulsions or external forces that are brought to bear upon us, we can stand and make choices, free choices on the basis of, that which is right, etc. Yeah. On the basis of this moral obligation that we feel within ourselves, obligations of natural law we spoke about, obligations of reality, another word, another expression for that. So we allow this obligation to impress itself upon us deeply, that even when there is no authority, we are people who are able to choose that which is right, etc. Remember, it's not only authority that we needed to be free from, but we needed to be free from internal compulsions. There are two threats to freedom in our lives. All right. We can discuss this elsewhere, but there are two prefect. All these are people who infringe into your freedom. You want to sleep longer, but prefect comes and knocks, 3 o'clock, brother, get up, you have to clean the toilets. All right. So you are compelled to get out of bed and go to do your work, etc. That's one aspect. All right. But there is another compulsion. Now, what made you to sleep longer than you should? Compulsions, desires, all right, appetites, drives. This is also a problem. Yes or no? Yeah. You allow these desires, appetites to run free, then they would become the tail that would wag your entire life. Yeah. So that's why Paul in Galatians chapter 5:1 and 5:12, I think he tells us something very beautiful. He says, for freedom, Christ has set us free. He tells us in 5:1, for freedom, Christ has set us free. And therefore he says, do not submit yourself to the yoke of law, to the slavery of law. Don't submit yourself to the yoke of law. He was speaking about the Torah, the Old Testament. But I think you can apply this to all law. Don't become a servant of law. Yeah. We must do what is right, not because law tells us, but because we have become subjects who choose that which is right. A few verses later, in the same chapter, in Galatians chapter 5, 12, I think, 12, 13, somewhere I'll read there, Paul tells us the same thing. For freedom, Christ has set us free, and therefore do not use this freedom as an opportunity for licentiousness. That is another danger, right? If you are freed from all external compulsions, forces, authority, structure, etc., will you be a free person? That depends upon how you handle those pressures from inside. Only when you become also free, you are becoming a free subject. When it is 3 o'clock, he has said, 3 o'clock I have work. It's an obligation he has accepted. And when he can overcome his laziness and say, now it's time to wake up. He doesn't need the knocking of his prefect. There is another knocking now which wakes him up. Then he becomes true moral subject. You understand that, brother? Yeah. So freedom from external compulsions, external pressures, and freedom from internal compulsions as well. And that's what is being highlighted in this aspect of morality. Morality as inner conviction. Yeah. So I mentioned to you, this can be also misinterpreted. This aspect of, this inner conviction can also be misunderstood. As I said, in the first way of looking at morality, sometimes people may think that since morality comes from outside, it comes from some kind of authority. It comes from legislature of a government or from a religious leader like the Pope or something. Of reality. Right. Perceived by reason, of course. Perceived by reason. Right. Remember, we said even the teaching of the church, etc., are true only when they correspond to these obligations of reality. Otherwise, they are wrong. They are wrong. Yeah. Whether it's teaching of a church or convinced this is right for me. No, that's not correct. You may be convinced. So we said the focus of morality here becomes authenticity, integrity. This is what drives a person, fuels a person in his moral life. Authenticity, integrity. So when Jesus grappled with his hunger in the desert, on the one hand, hunger, begging for food, pressurizing this person. But at the same time, another obligation, his relationship to the Father, the messianic power that was given to him, how it should be used for the glory of the Father and not for the satisfaction of his hunger. These things were at work. And then Jesus made a choice. Man does not live by bread alone, he reminded himself. All right. And that gave him strength to say, no, I will not do this. He stands as a free subject. Free from external pressures because there was no one to see him. Free from internal compulsions because despite hunger, being hungry, etc., Jesus actually could say no. So gentlemen, that's what we are talking about under this aspect of morality. Morality as in a conviction in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We'll come back and I must hurry up a little. I think I'm spending a lot of time on that. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So, gentlemen, we continue. So, Brother Subin, he was asking me about this objectivity of reality. He's saying, in the Catholic Church, we have one man, one wife, but there are many cultures where, especially in Africa, etc., you have polygamy, one man, several wives. All right. So, it's their practice. All right. So, is it not their objective reality? And is it not right for them then? Yes, no?
According to their culture, it is.
Pardon?
As per their culture, it is accepted.
Is it? But when we travel further into human nature, all right, even those cultures, are in the process of kind of evolving towards somewhat what we call monogamous, not unigamous. I was about to say, create a new word, unigam, monogamous, all right, union, right? Even a man who's married to a woman or several women, if someone else was to interfere into the life of this woman, one of his wives, he would intervene. Yes or no? She belongs to him in some way, all right? And you develop that human process further and further, all right? I think you arrive at some kind of monogamous union, in fact. So that's why I'm saying cultures are sometimes evolving. We are in different phases of evolution sometimes. As cultures evolve, when you speak of evolution, you are speaking of correspondence with this, this objective moral obligation inbuilt in nature, which a human mind is able to perceive. All right. Reason, as it becomes, kind of developed, as it becomes pure and pure, it is able to discern these obligations much better. All right. Of course, we can go into over sophistication. That's where our civilization is developing towards. We have developed so much, you reached a stage, and now you tilt over to the other side and say, we have no more responsibility. Our responsibility is towards our inclinations. Whatever we feel, that is what right is. All right. So we are gone into that tilting over of our reason, subjecting it to our inclinations, etc. So these are problematics. I was just mentioning you two dangers to freedom. So there's a danger to freedom from outside, and there is a danger to freedom from inside. All right. So true freedom is walking a middle path between these. You can't escape authority, structure, rule, law, etc. Nobody can do that. And you can't get away from these internal forces that are at work. They should be at work. Otherwise, you will not be a man. If you don't feel hungry, brother, there'll be something wrong with you. If you don't feel sexual drive, there's something wrong with you. You have to feel these things. But still, while feeling, you are able to say, yeah, but, I have to fulfill this because I have taken up these obligations. I am bound, and therefore I can manage my hunger. I can manage this authority. And walking that middle path is moral maturity. Do you understand? Sometimes in reaction to the authority, we can yield ourselves to our desires. And that's what is happening to humanity now. In reaction to imposition of moral rules, authority, etc., we have tilted over and have yielded ourselves to our inclinations. That's why Paul's warning is very important. 2000 years ago, Paul said that, For freedom, Christ has set us free. And so do not subject yourself neither to the law nor to these forces that you feel within yourself. And that's very difficult. When you're 93, you still have to be able to manage this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please speak.
Is there any moral law in the animal being in their kingdom?
There is a kind of moral law, all right. If you don't call that moral law, but you would say that animals do play certain limits, you know. They do not transgress other animals' territory. But it's a house lizard on your wall in your room, or a dog. A dog goes around marking his territory. He lifts his leg, all right, and pees on plants so that the other dogs would know this is a territory that belongs to somebody else, all right.
Then that means in the human beings there is a little higher and animal it is little lower. Only that is a difference.
It's not, I think it's more than, just a matter of degree. I think it has to do with different kind, all right. Altogether another species of moral obligation we are speaking about, all right. So the question is whether the consciousness of animals is the same self-consciousness of a human person. That's a little complicated to assess, because in order to say that animal is not self-conscious, we have never been animals to know this one. Does the animal know that he knows? How do we know? That's right. That's right. How do we know that we don't know? Yeah. So there is no way you can affirm one way or another. So but but there, I think there is a solid, a spatial or the species difference between the consciousness of an animal and consciousness of a human person. All right. Yeah.
We define we are a rational animal.
Yes.
That is part of animality in ourselves also.
True. There is no doubt about this. Is what we are saying about these compulsions that are coming. This is part of being an animal. You understand? So the whole point is that you are able to guide or manage these animalic forces by the use of your reason. So when he goes to the church next week, all right, when he saw this woman, and during the week comes to know that this is the wife of another man, all right, there are so many desires that had come up in his mind, heart, etc. Now he goes to the church and he looks at this woman and he said, no, I have obligations. She's a wife of another man. He has to change his look. He has to change his thoughts. He has to change his desires. Yes or no? But the animals will be able to do that sort of thing, brother. Otherwise, there is no self-direction, as it were. All right, they are directed more by their senses, smells and sights and their appetites, etc. All right, yeah. Unless you teach a dog, and a dog may be hungry, and you say, until I tell you, don't take, he wouldn't take. And you have trained him to such an extent, he may stay 3 days hungry and not touch the food, because he has learned from the master's command, and this is more important for him, perhaps. All right, he has been trained that way. Yeah.
Like motherhood and all, we see even the animal kingdom, they care for their children. That is
They do. No doubt about that. All right. They do. Even more than us, they do. We are willing to kill our children for other purposes. But they may not. They risk their life sometimes to save their babies, etc. But there is a little difference between the conscious personal child choices, self-choices a human mother makes towards her child, and a dog that moves by its instinct, I think. All right. Now, as I said, as he pointed out, Susaraj, how do we know that they are not self-directed? All right. This is something I cannot argue with you. All right. I think from our perception, we know that some things are not self-directed. It's not a conscious choice that we make after having considered everything. I say, this is a course of action I must perform. And I think animals are not guided that way. I have great appreciation. I love animals, etc. Yeah. Wherever I'm dealing with these animals, whether they are dogs or cats or whatever, squirrels. Yeah. While I was in Ashta Seminary, the whole area squirrels were friendly with me. They would come and eat from my hand. When I read the newspapers in the morning, they would come and nibble at my toes to give them something. I always carry some nuts or whatever to give these creatures. Yeah. So, uh, but still, I think watching animals closely, they just miss something which you have. All right. You are able to self-direct, a conscious direction, being aware of all situation, you make a choice. An animal is never able to do that. All right.
If we see some kind of species also help other kind of species when they are in danger.
They do. You have this National Geography publishing sometimes animals helping, yeah, other animals and so on. But these are very rare kind of stuff. All right, very rare. But that, yeah,
There is an incident told about a dog
yeah,
which is trained to detect bombs when
yes,
we take.
yes,
So in a train there was a bomb, and there was a lady carrying dry fish, other material things like that.
yes.
So when the dog went, there was dry fish, but it just smelled and went. And when there was bomb, and it found out the thing. Then did the dog make a choice there?
It was trained to pay attention. We are passing on our wisdom to animals. They are no more directed by their instinct, as it were, by the master's command. There's an instinct to obey the master in a dog. Some of these pets have that huge inclination. It's a drive in them. All right. And so, even sometimes to the point of death, these animals carry out the command of their master. Somewhere in the world, there is a statue of a dog which celebrates its fidelity to its master. All right, yeah. So every day the dog would accompany the master to the railway station, wait, and then when he returns, he would come home. It's a very nice story. All right, very nice. I've seen a movie on that. Yeah, long ago as a boy. I cannot remember the details now, but it's a very moving story. So once the master suffered a heart attack or something, he had gone by train and he never came back and he died there, And the dog waited for the master for days, weeks, months, and it kind of died there. It was being fed by people. They knew that this dog is waiting for the master. Yeah, until it died. And so they made a statue of this in that place where it died. I think somewhere in Europe, you have still that statue. It's a celebration of the fidelity of a creature. Was it making a self-choice, or was it making, or going by an inclination it had? It had been trained that way. All right, brother? It's very difficult to say one way or another. All right. But I think there is a difference between animals and us. Yeah. You know, a simple thing. If you take an animal to a new situation, right? Very rarely an animal would find a solution for a problem, but a human being, a child, it would find a solution for a problem. Yeah, it would. So we have another process which we call reason to guide our life, etc. Whereas animal seems to be moving in accordance with instinct or whatever. You try to, when the lights are on, or when a bird gets into this place, all right, he would be flying above, and you try to tell the bird, I have opened the windows, please go. You try to teach this bird to get out while you being present. He'll never go out because he is scared of you. He's flying on the roof, where he cannot see open windows or whatever. Yeah. On this hall, it happens here when the birds go up there. You open all the windows, doors on this first floor and tell this bird, please go. You wouldn't. But when you get out of the place, when he is alone, he'll find his way out. He will. All right.
Human beings also, there are situations where they have not been socialized, born and brought up in isolation, maybe in the midst of animal, and they don't have much morality or they don't know how to behave. That means what we have is just given from our culture or something past.
It's true. But we have a capacity, we can't identify a human person. I agree with you. Supposing a child is born among wolves and he is brought up by the wolves or something, he wouldn't learn this language. But the point is, this child later on, when he's transferred to the human community and he's taught English, or which language do you speak? What language do you speak? He's taught Malayalam. He will learn to speak Malayalam. But you try to teach pigs Malayalam, brother. How long you want to teach pigs will be developed in a human person? Many of us are stunted because we just don't have the capacity. All right. In India, a large number of children are born undernourished. They will never have the capacity to develop their brains to the fullest possible extent, because at the early stages of the brain formation, a child should be nourished properly, fully. Otherwise, it will always be suffering from, a stunted growth. This is a problem in India. That doesn't mean that these children, are like animals or something. No, that's not true. We have a capacity which the other creatures don't have. Go next time and try to teach them Malayalam today.
They have their language. Their own way of
They communicate, yes, but a child that is brought up among the pigs, you bring him out, teach him English. Brother, that's what I'm saying to you. Do you understand? There are capacities. Yeah, we have a capacity for reason, which they don't have. Do you recognize that? That we are capable, we have a capacity to self-direct ourselves, to an extent that other animals can never come to. Do you accept that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Bas, that's enough. Our argument is settled, I hope. Yes. Anyway, gentlemen, these are, because I was addressing once a group of college teachers, yeah. Some of them have somewhat similar opinions, and we had discussed this at length, and I studied these issues subsequently. We never arrive at a conclusion. Because of this problem, as we stated before, I have never been an animal to know what an animal is. All right. So I don't know whether the animal is conscious of himself. When a dog is barking, does he know he's barking? But I know. I do know. This much I can tell you. All right. And then I can also tell you that there are capacities which I have, we human beings have, which we can develop. Yeah. Language is one of them. Morality is another thing. Yeah. You train a dog in moral principles, brother. Yeah. Try. This is another dog's wife. Please don't go. All right. Very difficult. Very difficult.
But it does, when it knows that the other dog is pregnant, it will not go for mating. But
because it doesn't have the smell. It is not knowing that it is pregnant. A dog wants to mate because there is a scent, all right, to the liquid that this female dog produces when it's fertile, etc. It is moved by scent. We are also moved by chemicals, remember, all right? We are also moved by, sexuality has to do with sights and scents and smells, etc. It's in all creatures. We have another capacity where we say, despite all the sense and sights, etc., there are certain obligations. Certain obligations. Do you understand that, man? Yeah. And that's what morality is all about. Yeah, that's what developing inner convictions and standing by them. You stand on your own and begin to say, no, despite all the absence of authority, despite all the forces of this compulsions I feel, I still think this is what is right, and I will choose what is right. You can do that, brother.
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Jesus in the desert.
Yeah.
If you would have turned that bread,
Stones into bread.
bread also. If we, in the future it will be written that Jesus, since he was the Son of God, he could turn. So that's why also it might have been a glorification for God. It's nothing wrong.
No, it's not that way. You know, it's one thing that you're trying to make an excuse for, someone doing wrong in a situation. So you have been given a power for the glorification of God, brother. All right. And I think we are all invited to live for the glory of God. When you do something for yourself, your action is always marked by a note of selfishness. Do you understand? I stand here. If I talk to you in the classroom, always having my image in my mind, people should say I am a good teacher. What would you think about my teaching? Would you say that this is a kind of selfless activity or selfish activity? What do you think? See, it's whether it's a satisfaction of hunger or whether it is a homily that you preach on a Sunday to people, all right, or the vestments that you wear and you stand before people. Are you orienting these actions towards yourself or towards God? In other words, away from you. All right.
But once it happened that he went in search of fruit in the fig tree and there was no fruit. So he cursed them. So he
But I think that was a parabolic action, It's not so much that because Jesus was angry with the fig tree or something. All right. A tree is meant to bear fruit. Remember, this.
it is not time for the.
It was not time for the fig. All right, no doubt about this. But the parabolic action is that we are always to bear good fruit. We are trees who are to bear good fruits all through the season. All right. And if you don't, in some sense, we are cursed. We are cursed. We curse ourselves, as it were. Yeah. So that's a parabolic, prophet's action. Have you heard of prophets of old making a hole in the wall, packing refugees package and walking out of this? Have you heard of that? That's parabolic actions, or a lived prophecy sometimes. So I think this was a prophet acting a lived prophecy, seeking fruit out of season and cursing this tree. If you simply talk of it as a human action, it was an unreasonable action by Jesus. But Jesus did that for a purpose. He expected those who watched it to be constantly bearing fruit in their life. All right. And be much more, insistent or painful than a punishment that is imposed by another authority, an external authority, etc. The third thing that we spoke about was morality as personal growth. Growth. So we said here, our moral discussion is to some extent widened. The first two approaches to morality focused on the action. If an act or an action is in accordance with the law, it is right. If it is contrary to the law, it is evil. Likewise, if an action is in accordance with the conviction, it is right. Otherwise, it is wrong. But here we have shifted our discussion to include the moral person as well. We shift from the action to the person. So we pointed out that our action, every human action has two effects. One, an external effect, the other is an internal effect. Every action we perform, So this approach emphasizes the internal effect that takes place in an action. It is by acting, thinking, feeling, speaking, acting, a human person becomes himself. He grows up to be this type of person or that type of person through the activities that he performs, because every thought becomes, or results perhaps in a word, and from thoughts and words flow actions. And when they are repeated, they become habits, actually. And habits, when they are allowed to develop and become settled in an individual, a character is formed, a character. So that's the way the moral development of a person takes place. And that is being highlighted by this approach to morality. So this is not something that is new. Our tradition, Catholic tradition, has given another set of words to describe this process of personal growth in moral life, etc. It uses the word virtues and vices, etc. Virtues. And I spoke to you about 4 virtues, which to some extent comprehend the different aspects of a human person's life. Internal habits of faith, hope, and charity, and the external habits of these cardinal virtues: prudence, justice, temperance, and fortitude, etc. I pointed out to you they are cardinal virtues because these words refer to 4 families of virtues. Any virtue that you can mention can be put under the heading of one of these: justice, temperance, prudence, and fortitude. And so, since all other virtues are hinged to, connected, linked to these 4 virtues, they are called cardinal virtues. Remember, cardo, cardinis, that Latin word I used. Remember. So these virtues, when we develop them in an all-round manner, then of course a person grows to be a holistic person, a mature person. He, inside himself, he has become to some extent free or freed by these virtues of faith, hope, and charity, which are directed towards God. And externally, he has become mature because he can maturely and freely relate to the world around him through the practice of these virtues, etc. He grows up, personal growth. And of course, when we look at morality from the point of view of personal growth, the focus of morality becomes, I suppose, conversion, change, growth, conversion, growth, etc. We are constantly in need of conversion. Yesterday pointed out to you, virtues. Remember, virtues are not something that we catch one day and say, I have virtue. No. A virtue is power. It's acting. It's a capacity to, or a strength to act in a particular way. And that's what virtue is. Love is not something that you take hold of one day. You can't walk one day, let us say on your profession day, brother, you feel great love for God, and then you walk into the church, open the tabernacle, take your heart and put it into the tabernacle and say, God, I leave my love with you now. I have no more problem. I love you forever. All right. And then when you get out, have you totally once more all loved God? Yeah? Have you to love again? Yes or no? Yeah. Love is not one activity, man. It's a subject being oriented towards another in the here and now. It's like electricity. Either you're in this moment, either you are oriented in love to God or to something else. Do you understand? So at no stage can you say, I have taken hold of love of God. That's why I say none of this like love, chastity, faith, etc. These are not things that we possess. These are simply the subjective orientation in the here and now. When you are plugged into the love of God and you experience that love and express it in your personal life, you love God. You understand. Yeah, you're sitting here in this classroom. Is it out of love for God you're sitting? Or you're sitting because of some compulsion? Yeah. You can do both. It's up to you. You can make this as an act of love for God. You can. You understand that. So it's up to you. So it's the same now to keep chastity. You can think all kinds of thoughts in your mind, brothers. Sitting here in the moral theology class, listening to me talk all these things, you can be far away, in another place on the earth and be thinking terrible thoughts. Yes or no? You can. But you must turn your mind and focus. Yeah, God, I have made a choice to be a celibate person. And these type of thoughts are not good for me. I must refocus, reorient my thoughts in the here and now. All right. I love you, God. And then there is love of God. Then there is chastity. When will you be able to say, now, God, I have loved you once for all. I can forget about love because my heart is in the tabernacle. There isn't anything like that. All right. It's electricity, it's current. Virtue is current. Either it is flowing inside you now or it's not, brother. It's flowing. I hope it is. It's a power. A virtue is a power. Right? And when you have developed this power to some extent in a settled way, you say you are a virtuous person. All right. One moment you may be a virtuous person, next moment you might become a vicious individual. Yeah, you could. This is a matter of choice, one choice. You remember? St. Thomas Aquinas said, it is very difficult for people who are in sanctifying grace to sin, he said. It's true. When you are used to making right choices, you would find it very difficult to do wrong thing. All right. If you have been practicing, for example, brother, a chastity in your life, being honest in your thoughts as you think, look at people, look at this beautiful young lady and say, no, it's expressing the beauty of God, thanks be to God. I shouldn't think any other thing. You are used to, over a lifetime, you have been thinking this way, and then one day some young lady comes along and say, Father who? What's your name?
Hensley.
Huh?
Hensley.
Hensley.
Yeah.
Father Hensley, I love you, she says. And of course you wouldn't meet, you have practiced these good thoughts, over long period of time. And I'm sure at that time turn around and say, thank you very much for saying so. All right. But let us keep this relationship right. All right. You would be able to say that. Yeah. That's what St. Thomas Aquinas mean. When people in sanctifying grace would find it very difficult to commit sin or something. But that doesn't mean that they cannot sin. They can. But you have to make choices. Do you understand this? Yes. So this is what we are describing here when we speak about personal growth of an individual. It's an ongoing process of growing towards that which is virtuous, etc. And the outcome of this process is a person, experiences wholeness, or he breaks up, fragmentation. One vice is enough to break your life up. Wholeness. When you develop these all-round virtues, you grow towards being a wholesome person. Or the opposite of that is fragmentation. As I mentioned yesterday, one bad habit can destroy an individual. One bad habit of drinking alcohol, simple. All right. A simple thing as drinking alcohol can find you lying down in a gutter, brother, one night. It can. You're a great man, brother Robin. You're doing good for other people. All right. You become a great priest. But once you hand yourself over to this power of alcohol, you might find yourself fallen down in a gutter at 2 o'clock in the morning and people will find you there. All right. Your life breaks up. Don't allow that. Okay, he's saying. What is, pardon? Acha, you'll fall inside, is it? In the room itself. But whether it is outside or inside, it's the same fragmentation that takes place in your personality. All right, yeah. Anyway, gentlemen, let's proceed. So the next way of looking at morality is love, morality as love. Yeah. Morality as love. So this, emphasizes that social character of us human persons. We are rational animals, we describe ourselves, but we are also social animals. We are conceived in relationship. Yeah. If you watch the mystery of your own birth, we come to be when two cells donated by two people in an act of love merge into each other. That's when our origins begin. You call that conception. Yeah. This is a result of relationship, brother. You are a result of relationship. All of us are. Yeah. And we are born in relationship. Yeah. We are brought forth into this world by the pain of another, by the strength of another. Yeah. And then, of course, we have to be sustained by relationship, especially in those early years of our life when we were completely dependent upon relationship for our survival. No human child can actually survive. Other animals might even survive. Soon after their birth, they can become independent. Some of them become totally independent. But not we. We are completely dependent upon those who surround us. And of course, we know psychology tells us if we are surrounded not by good relationships in those early years, we break down in some way. Our development would be impaired. Yeah. We don't develop to be good, healthy human persons when relationships that surround us are not good, especially in those early years. But it's always true later on as well. Yeah. So, gentlemen, we are saying that this aspect of morality highlights that social connections which are, interwoven into our very existence, as it were, or our existence is interwoven into this network of relationship. In it, we are born, we are sustained by this relationship. So, this aspect of morality highlights that dimension of our existence, that we are social beings. Yeah. We are born in relationship, we live in relationships, and we can grow to be good, healthy selves only in relationships, etc. And therefore, the structure of morality, as this approach tells us, the structure of morality is one of invitation invitation, and response. Response. Morality is this constant challenge that we are given every day in different circumstances, etc. We are being invited. It depends upon us as to how we respond. The presence of another person spontaneously, automatically, in itself invites us to respond in respect, or it invites us to respect them, to give what is due to them, etc. We'll come back and talk about that. We have finished two, isn't it? In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Come back and discuss that. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So morality as love envisions morality as an enterprise of responding to invitations that we receive every day from different quarters. The presence of other people invites us, and we must respond in different circumstances. They invite us in different ways, but they always invite us to respond in fidelity, in the right way. All right. The presence of another calls us for respect, sometimes for compassion, sometimes for mercy, but always, to have their rights respected, etc. So this is an obligation that is inbuilt in nature. Remember, inbuilt in reality. I said to you, when Father Savio sits down to eat, his usual 3 pieces of fish, when Sister Leticia walks in, all right. Whether you are in Africa, or whether you are in Antarctica, or whether you are in Asia, if you are a human person, you will feel an obligation. It's not about culture. It's not about instinct. It's about human reason. Do you understand that? Brother?
It's okay, but I have heard about some tribes where the stealing of, when we studied ethics in philosophy, there the professor was teaching about a tribe in Africa. They have the concept of stealing, and they don't consider it as something which is wrong.
Very good.
It's very, very incorrect to go and take the steal something from the other because I need it.
Yes,
and
yes.
they don't understand the concept of stealing. There is no concept at all. And again,
Which is not true. I'll tell you what. They understand very well the concept of stealing, because I know in a tribe in Amravati, that is in Maharashtra, as a sister was working with. That's why I know these people. I've visited that place. So their profession is stealing. They grew up in this village stealing. All right, they're a tribe of people who go out in the morning to nearby townships, villages, etc. And in the evening they bring what they have stolen. But they never steal from each other's house. You understand? It was very, very wrong for these people to steal within the tribe. So don't tell me they don't have an idea of stealing. They do have. They have a sense of right and wrong.
I'm not talking about that particular tribe. There are other tribes
Yes.
that they don't have. Maybe
But I am sure if you go to study, I am not aware of this one in Africa, but if you go to seriously study, you would arrive at some kind of norm in their life where stealing is not, at least what you are bringing after you're stealing couldn't be taken away from you. That would be a rule there. I wouldn't know this one, but I'm sure.
Again, another
Yeah.
custom is about the rapes.
Yeah.
There are some other tribes where rape is very that is the acceptable thing. If you want to marry someone, you should rape that girl and then make her yours.
All
It is accepted. It is not
Yes.
something that is immoral.
Yes.
And in those kind of, so when we say speak about truth, for example,
Yeah.
if that truth has to be objective, then it should be universal. It should be true in all cases.
Yes.
Whether it is America, in India, anywhere.
Yes.
If we say take that same principle into morality, if
Yeah.
morality has to be objective, it has to be true in if it is in America or whether it is in India, it has to be true. But
Yeah.
we can't apply the same in morality.
See, the whole issue, brother, is, something in reason, when it is well developed, it begins to say, this is not being reasonable. We are not able to define all that is reasonable, but when we do encounter something which is not reasonable, we are able to say, this is not reasonable. All right. So I think, it's the same, but this reason has to be developed. The reason of a 10-year-old child, for example, or a tribal person, all right, who's used to living in a particular way, all right, that reason may not be truly developed, all right. But when you do give this person an opportunity to develop reason, not according to your culture, that's not what I'm speaking about. Reason in itself, all right. Give him an opportunity to come out of his culture perhaps, because we know all of us are prejudiced. He in his culture, he is prejudiced, he is limited. Just like we in our culture are prejudiced. But we can see a prejudice that we have. He also will be able to see, when you train his mind, he will also be able to see a prejudice. And this is a limitation of my culture. He would be able to see that. Do you understand that, brother? That's why a philosopher is saying, on the one hand, he is saying, if it is, objective, reason must arrive at objective truth, all right, then it must be found everywhere. He is able to make that statement precisely because there is an orientation in his mind towards that which is objective. And he knows whenever he encounters this type of limitation, including there is a limitation to this objective truth, all right. That's why even a philosopher can look beyond this tribal and say, why is it not true here? All right. Because his mind is looking for something that is beyond.
This is something we are just imposing on ourselves.
Which one? The truth.
This is moral.
This is truth. Is it something, that's a question. Is it something that we impose on ourselves or something that we discover? This obligation of Father Sabio. All right. Now I'm just asking you whether this obligation, all right, whether it be eating 3 pieces of fish or trampling another person's toe, all right. He says it's all right for us to, in those cultures, to rape a girl, all right. Even in their tribe, is it the normal thing to do? Do majority of people rape their own girls and bring home?
It is their custom.
Very difficult to say that. All right. I have not done any studies on this. I can't argue against that. When you say I accept, when someone taught you that way, all right, I accept. But when you get in there, I'm sure they would have some norms about this. You understand? And that's where a reason is grappling with. And these cultures evolve as you move along. Even if we let them be, they will evolve. Yeah. And that's the inner dynamism of reason, journeying towards, I think it's that purity of truth which it is oriented towards basically. So I'm asking, he asked that question, is it not something that we impose on ourselves? Is it? This desire of the reason to arrive at that which is truly true, which can see its own limitation. You understand? You can see the limitations of your thought, brother. I can see this. Yeah. When I begin to say, no, what I'm saying here is not the full truth. This is trying to grapple with the truth, but there is a truth out there which we can at least partially look for. Is it something that I impose on myself, or is it something that is basic structure of my heart, my reason? What do you think, brother? So this is the issue, all right. So look at it that way, I understand what you're saying is so true. When we are used to being taught in a particular environment, we accept this, we are prejudiced. But even in the middle of this, we would know this is perhaps not the right thing to do. Yeah. Those men among whom, among these cultures who evolve a little better, one day there may be a Jonathan Bird who will rise above this and begin to say, this is not proper thing to do. All right. There's a better way of living. And he might break free from this prejudice, etc. All right. Yeah.
So they come to that kind of a revelation because of some external agents, not because of there is some.
But because of some experience out there. They are experiencing something, even if there is nobody to teach. We encounter new things in our life.
These tribes were to be kept isolated, and if they were not to have any kind of a contact with an external world,
yes,
they will remain with that state.
How do you know? How do you conclude? No, listen. How do you conclude they will remain the same? No. human life is always moving forward, whether it is for tribals or for, so-called civilized citizens or whatever. Life is moving, maybe a little slower for them, all right, but life is moving forward. Their life is not the same, like 200,000 years before. They evolve, they too evolve. New experiences. Even if other people are not teaching them anything, they themselves discover a lot of things. Human evolution has to do with this process.
So in that
How
case,
we
morality
moving
also-
from being hunters to evolution, evolving ourselves to be agriculturists, etc. You said all these things are taught by some external beings. We discover.
gradual growth.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
In that case, you are trying to say that even morality also is not a finished product. It is also
Definitely, morality is not a finished product.
evolving.
Yeah, it is evolving,
So
surely.
what was held as an objective truth, objectively morally true, today can be.
Yeah, but there is an objective truth, but this was formulated in one way once, all right. And as we encounter new experiences, all right, we need to change these formulations. We have to form them new with the knowledge that even our formulations are not definitive. You understand? Because nobody can describe perfection. How do you describe perfection, brother? Who's a perfect man? Can you describe? But when you do meet some imperfection, you know this is not humanity. Do you understand? That's why in English, Indian philosophy, wise men said, we can only describe neti, neti. This is what we can say. Yeah. Right? So this is our capacity, man. This is a wondrous capacity of a reason. Encounters something unreasonable, it is able to say, this is not right. This is true in that tribe where they steal or rape or whatever. Even they have that capacity. And that is why they can evolve from what they discover as not this to what? Nobody has the answer to give them. What to what? We are moving from not this to what? That nobody has a perfect answer. We move into something not this, but that too needs to be said, not this, after some time. And then we move further. That's the way life proceeds, brother. So don't worry. Yeah. Don't, have the idea that one day you are going to arrive at perfect truth or something. Not in this world. In this, as John tells us, we walk by faith. Yeah. Not by sight. We do. But one day you can be sure we will be like him because we shall see him as he really is. So that's a promise. So let that day come, right? Until then, let us walk by faith rather than by sight. Yeah. Saying not this, and moving to the next thing only to say not this either. Right? Very good. Let us proceed. So, invitation response. I understand those questions you're trying to grapple with. They are real questions, all right, But just to say morality, after all, is an imposition is a little difficult, brother. It's not an imposition. It's something that we discover. Further and further we discover. Yeah. Today, new challenges are being, posed by order a child. Nowadays, through genetic manipulation, etc., it's possible for us to make a person tall, fair, short, athletic, Nobel Prize winner, extraordinarily intelligent. We can cut up DNA from different strands and bring them together and form a human person. Is it all right for us? These are new questions. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people didn't have to face those questions, but today we have to. All right. Because these are possibilities we are discovering. Right? We need to answer these questions. Is it all right for us to generate? You walk into a scientist and you say, a lab and say, so this is the kind of child I wish, please make a baby for me. Is it all right? So these are all difficulties. All right, we keep moving. We keep moving because our existence is something that is evolving forward. All right, until the day we end, our human existence ends. We keep moving forward. So until then, we need to be asking these questions. And one of the answers that we are giving is that we are related, and therefore the presence of another imposes moral obligations upon us. And we need to respond to this invitation given to by another. Yeah. So that's what is being said here. The structure of morality, according to this perception, is invitation and response. And of course, the focus of morality becomes like a response, fidelity, etc. We have to respond, response, and fidelity. We have not only to respond, but we have to respond in fidelity. Sometimes if you don't respond in truthfulness, in fidelity, then of course we betray other people. Yeah. I remember staying in a seminary once. So two of us were staying in one building, and the other seminarians and others staying far away. So in the middle of the night, all right, somewhere 11:30, 11:45, both of us were people who went to sleep. I heard a shout outside. All right, yeah. Somebody coming and crying for help or whatever. So then this is set in a village. This was a village setting. The seminary was set up. So I came out and I saw this light in the next room. So I was going to knock at his door. Hey, there is some sound there, let's go. But he switched up the light and he went to sleep. When he heard my door opening, and he switched up the light and go to sleep. Yeah. So then I didn't want to, I knew that he didn't want to get into this janjat. All right. So I went over and tried to encounter. Whether it is done by him or by me, we are in some sense betraying another person. All right. We are not responding correctly. There is someone who wants help. And in this case, of course, it was in those days, we used to send the seminary jeep, lend the seminary jeep to bring pregnant women or sick women or men to the hospital a little away, 2-3 kilometers away into the township. So this was a pregnant woman. She was brought from the village by bullock cart, all right, to our place, and they wanted us to take her to the hospital, yeah, because she was in advanced pregnancy. And in that case, of course, she delivered the baby in the jeep itself as I was driving her to the hospital. I still remember that night very well. So, you see, either we can truthfully, in fidelity, respond to people, or we can betray them. And when we do betray them, it also means that we are betraying ourselves in the course of time. You know, when you are not able to respond to other people correctly, in the course of time, you will find yourself a distorted human person. You are no more an individual, you know, who could be described as human. You become, in some sense, internally corroded and destroyed. So you are betraying yourself actually by betraying other people. Remember, yeah. So that's what we are saying here. The focus of morality is the cry of other people, etc., trying to respond to whatever invitation they give us. Not only that we respond, but we respond in truthfulness, which we describe in this way. And then, of course, the outcome of morality is communion. Either when we respond in fidelity, in truthfulness to other people, and when we do respond, then we have communion with them. Communion versus isolation. I think that's very clear. When our responses are not good, distances come in relationship. Yeah. We fall silent. We imprison ourselves. We seek to put other people in prison, as it were. Yeah. That's what happens in relationships when the response is not good or response was wrong. You know, yeah. it was not oriented towards that which is good and faithful, etc., then what would result out of this is a kind of isolation, silence. Yeah. And then finally, you have social transformation. Social transformation. Morality as social transformation. So this still widens. You see, there's one point I forgot to mention in the previous case. In the case of morality as love, our moral discussion, is widened still further than the previous three approaches. The first two approaches I mentioned focused on the human action. The third one included the human person. And now the fourth one includes our relationships. All right. It widens our moral discussion to include this network of relationship that surround us, into which our life is woven. All right. Remember. So, and this approach to morality, this final approach to morality, further widens still further our moral discussion by including not only our interpersonal relationships, but our relationship with the global human community. Yeah. We are not only related with those who are in the immediacy of our life, but we are also related to the human community at large. Today we understand that much better, now that the world has come close to, altogether, where human beings have come closer to one another because of transportation, fast transportation, quick communication, etc. I think what affects one group of people in the far corner of the earth affects us well. And so we understand, for you, when you burn your rubbish in your backyard, remember, this has repercussions for people far away, because we ruin our environment. And all of us suffer from this ruin that we individually cause, etc. All right. So this is the aspect that this last approach to morality highlights for us. Yeah. Moral obligation is like a ripple. Ripple. You know what a ripple is, brother? What is a ripple?
Something that is made in the water.
Yeah, when you throw a stone, yeah, then of course a little wave is created and that travels further and further. Oh, moral obligation is like a ripple that is created, which widens further and further. As you grow in your moral life, you begin to see your obligations, moral obligations, reaching beyond your interpersonal and immediate relationship to the wider humanity. Yeah. Everyone becomes your brother, everyone becomes your sister. You are your brother's keeper. And that's what God asked Cain. When God asked Cain, where is your brother? What did he say? What was the response of Cain? Pardon?
The brother's keeper.
Am I my brother's keeper? But do you know what the monkey in the zoo asked? Am I my keeper's brother? All right, yeah. And this approach says, yes, we are our brother's keepers, right? Not our keeper's brother, but brother's keepers, yes. So, gentlemen, that is the final approach to morality. And here, the focus of morality is solidarity, justice, solidarity. These are the concepts that fire people, justice, solidarity, and so on. Solidarity and justice. These are the things that drive us into reaching out to other people more and more, into raising questions about the choices that we make ourselves, when our neighbors are starving and when we eat very rich food. Our consciences raise questions because we are driven by this notions of justice. Is it justice for us to do this? Is it expression of our solidarity with others, to do this, that, etc.? So then, solidarity and justice are the words that we use to express that moral driving force that works in the hearts of people. And of course, and the outcome of this is a social peace when humanity as a whole expresses that solidarity and works itself towards that which is just. There would be social peace, of course. Social peace. Social peace. Or if humanity refuses to be just, towards one section of people or one part of itself, then of course there would be social disharmony naturally. Naturally, there would be agitations when one group of people indulge themselves in luxuries and another people deprived of the basic necessities to live their life worthy of their human dignity. There would always be strife, as it were, struggle, sometimes even revolution, etc., violent revolution. So you have social peace or social disharmony. Disharmony. Of course, in our times, this notion of moral obligation being a ripple that travels has been extended not only to human family, but also to creation as a whole, the cosmos itself, the earth, the animals, the plants, all these are now included in this solidarity that we are to feel as members of a cosmic family. It's not only human family now, but it is a cosmic family. All are our brothers and sisters. Mother Earth is a mother to us. She sustains us. The air that we breathe, 17 times a minute. It's life that sustains us. The Ruah of God that sustains us. And we are to be responsible for what we do to these things in our lives. All right. So these are, moral consciousness, brothers, that have come over us. Speaking of moral obligation being imposed by one culture upon other, nobody imposed this upon us. Nobody came from Mars to tell us that destroying your, earth through pesticides, etc. This is wrong. Nobody told us, but we learned this from experience. In the 1920s and 30s, when this motor engine was being produced and, kind of improved, someone discovered adding lead to petrol brought about silencing of the engine. It cushioned the movement of the piston in the chamber. All right. So adding lead to petrol became a universal practice in our world. But now in 70s, 80s, 90s, we have discovered that when this fuel is burned, these lead particles, they stay in the air and they get into us, when we breathe. And especially when women breathe this polluted, lead-filled air, often through the umbilical cord, this waste gets into the developing fetus, and children are born with tumor, etc. Tumor. We discovered this, and today we have unleaded petrol. Nobody told us. from Mars or from Venus to tell us, yeah, this is wrong. Today we realize that. So this is the way, those where they steal or rape, etc. Nobody needs to tell them. In the course of time, they will discover there is a better way of living. Brother, this is what we are doing every day, remember. It is not something imposed by anybody. It is reason discovering itself every day. Do you understand that, brother? Yeah, that's the way we march forward. And the point that we have is that our human reason has this wonderful capacity to begin to see, this is not correct. Yeah. We have another obligation. When we were young brothers, we never worried about cutting down a tree. Nobody. At home, it was a natural thing for us. When you wanted something, you cut down a tree. Yeah. Sometimes 200-year-old tree, 500-year-old tree, we just cut down. Today, people are a little hesitant. If you cut down a tree, it might become a newspaper headline. Yeah. Yes or no? Those of us who lived 60, 70 years ago, this was not a big issue. Nobody knew who cut down what tree, etc. Today you can't do that. Yeah. Because we have discovered what trees are to us. Yeah. So brothers, that's the way we march forward through daily experience, discovering this is not helpful to us. This is not helpful to humanity. We need to behave a little differently. And then in the course of time, these things become obligations. You understand? Cutting down a tree now might take you to prison, brother. It will. And maybe after some time, killing a cow has become even more sacred than killing a human person in our country. But later on, it would be other creatures like animals, a snake or something. Look, snakes are there to be killed, is it? As soon as you see a snake, you have to kill it. Don't they have a place that God has given them to live? What do you think? They have. Independent of your evaluation of them, God has given them a place also. Yes or no, brother? So snakes and scorpions or anything else that you see, they are not just meant to be destroyed immediately. And of course, you should not go to the other extreme of inviting them, please come into my room. Yeah. You also have a right to live. All right. Somewhere we have to draw a balance. So when you see a snake in a garden or something, let them be. Let them be. Yeah. And they're wonderful creatures. Yeah, beautiful creatures. I used to watch, when before this parapet wall outside the academic block, this semicircular wall was built. I had a garden. I was taking care of a garden, a beautiful garden I used to have. So every afternoon around 2:30, 3 o'clock, I would stand and there would be a cobra, a solid cobra, a big fella. Yeah. When he heard a noise, he would raise his head, look. But he was used to me. Every day, I used to be working, he would go by and he would go back after some time. By the time before I don't know where he went, but every day he almost, maybe one or the other day he didn't appear. But generally almost every day in the afternoon, like 2:30, 3 o'clock he went, and somewhere before I finished my work, he would go back. I didn't trace him, I didn't follow him or something, but it was a joy for me to watch this snake. Until one day, some brothers discovered this. And they lay in wait for this fellow, and they killed him. Anyway, raising a question to you. Is that what we are all about? Or can we, pardon?
Sometimes it is dangerous for us. Accidentally, sometimes you may be near that snake.
Yeah, but then when you know there is a snake, you have to be a little more careful. You have to avoid accidents. You have to avoid accidents. All right, that you don't step on them. They don't follow you or pursue you to kill you or something.
Yeah, sometimes accidentally.
That's right, accidentally. So, no, they do. I have seen this happening as well. And it's a terrible thing as well, to be, stricken by or smitten by a snake and then dying. It's a tragic thing, especially when you're young, etc. All right. But we can avoid these things. You have, Brother Michael, you have that much intelligence, and the tools you have to avoid stepping on a snake or something. Yes or no? Yes. So that accident we need to avoid. Yeah. That doesn't mean we have to kill these snakes immediately. Always remember. Yeah. They are not just there to be killed, Brother Robin. Yeah. Pardon?
Some eat the snakes, so we might kill it. Must be said.
So as soon as he sees a snake, he says, dinner is going. All right. Is that what you're saying? All right. Okay, if you need to eat, fine enough. If you don't need to eat, please don't. All right. We should not carry these things to the other extreme. Yeah. So then you have a problem. I had a student, a 64-year-old theology student, Brother Audrey. He became a priest. He was a Franciscan. He was a brother. And he joined priesthood studies late in his life. He was 64, I think, when he came to, or 61 or something, when he joined first year theology. Yeah. But he was a snake charmer. Yeah. I've seen him catching snake. And he has snakes in his room. He used to take snakes to his room and he removed their eyes, put some glass and mounted them on formalin for schools. You have exhibitions, etc. He did all those things, an expert with snakes. But he was working in a place called Bethul in a parish. And I think someone called him to catch a snake, and it was a large cobra or something. He had a bag, a cloth bag, and he would catch those snakes. Snakes, I don't know, they never attacked him. I have seen him catching snakes, and he used to bring out his collection of snakes or something and put them sometimes for exhibition, demonstration. And when he went, the snakes usually showed to be held by him, like they went down and, and they wanted to be caught by the neck or something. And you would imagine they're showing his neck to him. Anyway, so he caught the snake and he was carrying, I think in the process of walking, he was a frail man. He was not carrying in the hand. He hung it around his shoulder. And then the snake got free. That knot came unloose, and the snake stung him, and he died. Actually, a few years ago, this happened. No, this is an accident, Brother Michael. What can you do about this? He should have avoided this. He could have easily avoided this one, by making sure that he knotted that snake. So sometimes it happens. Such accidents do happen, and we need to avoid them. But that doesn't mean that every time you see a snake or a scorpion or a spider, you have to kill it. God has given them a place, brother. Remember this one sentence. Apart from our threat perception or our usefulness, etc., He has given them a little space for themselves, just like He has given you some space to live as well. Yes or no?
Yes.
Very good. So then that's it. So this is what we are arriving at. So now our moral sense has developed it to such an extent that we are beginning to see that we have an obligation towards the earth, towards the wind, towards all of creation. We are beginning to see these things. A few years ago, we did not see this. And nobody needs to come from outside, brother, to tell us in which direction truth lies. This is true for us, and it is true for also the tribals who raped in order to marry or stole in order to survive. Right? They will discover. They will change. Yeah. And the orientation is very clear. Where reason would take us is very clear. Reason will not take us towards unreasonableness. And that is the likeness of God in human persons. Right? So let's proceed. Oh, I outlined there 5 ways of looking at morality. Actually, these are 5 aspects of morality. As I mentioned to you, none of us have sat down one day and asked ourselves this question, what is my moral stance based upon? Is it on principles? Is it on consequences? Is it on love? None of us. But perhaps, as we grow older in our moral life, we needed to somewhat consciously bring these aspects of morality, into or integrate them into our moral personhood. We needed to make them part of our moral growth so that the moral judgments we form and sometimes formulate may contain these elements, because when these elements are proportionally added to our moral judgment, they tended to be mature moral judgment. All right. If we exaggerate one or the other more, then we end up in some kind of isms. I will highlight that. If you emphasize morality as law too much, what would we end up as? We would be legalism. All right, legalism. And if you emphasize inner conviction too much, you would end up in subjectivism. All right, subjectivism. In other words, what I think is right, what you think is right for you, what I think is right for me. That is a kind of subjectivism. If we emphasize plus growth too much, we would end up in individualism. Individualism. Yeah. It's a kind of selfish brush. What is important is myself, my growth. This is what matters, nothing else. That community, social aspects of our life are left behind, forgotten. Individualism says the primary unit of existence is me, the individual, etc. So that's a kind of wrong perception, individualism. And then you have a social, if you emphasize love too much, when you begin to ask a question like, what is the most loving thing to do in this situation? You might end up in situation ethics. Situation ethics. Yeah. Joseph Fletcher, he wrote a book in I think 1948 or something, Situation Ethics, which came as a kind of threat to natural law theory. Natural law theory, as I mentioned to you, by and large holds that there is a moral obligation inbuilt in creation. It's not about, in a situation, what is the most loving thing to do, or what is the most pragmatic thing to do, what's the most useful thing to do. It's not a question like that. Ethics cannot be decided that way. But that's what situation ethics basically tells us. How do we manage the situation best? Yeah. What is the most loving thing to do in the situation? It might lead us to terrible consequences sometimes. Yeah. Doing wrong things. When a mother in a Belgium hospital, when she gave birth to a ugly female child, all right, yeah. So she just wondered, how is this girl going to live in our world, which is concerned about beauty, which is concerned about, public appearance? How is she going to live her life? So she felt she didn't want this child to live through those sufferings. So she strangulated this child overnight in a hospital. Yeah. Was it a loving act? Was it the right thing to do? It was a loving act, all right. So many people ask that sort of question when a mother holds in the womb. The doctor tells her this child is going to be physically handicapped or mentally retarded. What is to be done? What would be the right thing to do? What would be the most loving thing to do? Go in for an abortion? Pardon? Think about it. This is what we mean by the situation ethics. And lastly, if we emphasize too much of social transformation, then we end up in utilitarianism. You remember utilitarianism? Who was the chief proponent of utilitarianism? Yeah? Who? Yeah. He emphasized the pleasure principle. All right. Yeah. The greatest good of the greatest number. John Stuart Mill. Remember these people? Yeah. So we would end up that way. So in order to promote the good of 100 people, you can eliminate 10 people. Utilitarianism. All right. So emphasizing social aspect takes you in that direction. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's proceed. Who's to read? Let us, in 15 lectures time, we must get through these 20 pages. Who's the next? Robin, did you read? And, yeah, Brother Johnson. He is Godson, you are Johnson. What's your name, brother? Did you read?
No, but
You read. Start from the front. Yeah.
2.7.
Yeah.
Institution, associations, or the like as author.
Yes.
American Library Association, Young Adult Services Division, Services Statement Development Committee, Directions for Library Service to Young Adults, open bracket, Chicago, American Library Association, 1978, close bracket, 25.
Do you understand that? So the title is institution, association, or some other organization as the author. All right, they have generated a document or a book, etc., this association, and you want to give reference to this. So the association itself or its division, etc. So you have here three statements put together there. All right, you have American Library Association, that's the association. In that, they have different divisions. So you have the youth division, all right, or young adult services, yes, division. And then they offer different services. Each of these divisions offer different services. And one of them is Statement Development Committee. So this is work that is generated by this committee, all right, which belongs to that Adult Services Division of the American Library Association. Okay, so it could be anything like CBCI Committee for the laity, or the Secretariat for the CCBI Committee for laity or youth or whatever. All right. So it depends on what book you are referring to. If it is authored by an association, of course, an association cannot author it, but it is produced under the aegis of this. Some individual might have written whose name is not recorded, etc. If it is recorded, we can place his name as the author on behalf of so and so association, or published by this association. We can notice that. Yeah. So you have institution given as author in this case, 2.7. Go ahead. What else do you notice? The title, of course, is put in italics, which means that this is a book. Remember, when title is in the italics, it means it's not a report or anything else. It's a book. All right. Yeah. Then the publication detail, Chicago. All right, that's a place of publication. You have a colon followed by the publisher. Yes. Yes, American Library Association, the year of publication, separated by a comma, and then the entire publication detail in footnote is given in bracket. All right, in bracket, followed by a comma, and then page number without any N or PG or P or whatever, just simply number. So numbers are given in the Arabic. If you are giving the introductory notes to the introductory section of some books, they have Roman letters. All right, the introductory section, like the prologue, the preface, the introduction. Sometimes these things page numbers are numbered according to Roman letters. 1, 2, you know those Roman letters. All right, yeah. We can then give those letters. If you are referring to those Roman letters, then you put not in Arabic letters, but in Roman letters, if it is in the original Roman letters, so that the reader knows that this refers to the early section of the book, etc. All right, yeah. Otherwise, it is Arabic numerals that we use. Yeah, in bibliography,
American Library Association, comma, Young Adult Services Division, comma, Services Statement Development Committee, comma, Directions for Library Service to Young Adults, comma, Chicago, colon, American Library Association, comma, 1978, full stop.
yes. So we have seen these details. In the footnote, the publication statement is put into bracket, and in the bibliographic statement, the publication statement is taken out of the bracket. It's usually the place is separated by the publisher's name with a colon. Otherwise, it's all commas. Every separate entity, parts of this publication statement, just like the author statement, the title statement, and the publication statement, they're all separated usually by comma, all right, except in the both in the footnote as well as in the bibliography, the place of publication is separated from the publisher's name with a colon. All right. Yeah, that's the only detail you need to note there. So I already mentioned you about the hanging indent, etc. You remember that? Yeah. Next, author's work edited or translated by another. That's another important reference. Yeah. Did you read the bibliography you read, isn't it? Yeah, read, brother. What's your name?
Alok.
Alok. Very good. You're my confrere. Are you? You belong to Chris Jyoti province. So then you are my confrere. All these other guys are worthy opponents only. All right, yeah. We have special allegiance. That doesn't mean I'll give you more marks in the exams. That doesn't happen. He has to study as much as others have to study. If he doesn't do well, he repeats. That's the way it is. That's the same rule for all. Yeah. But what did he say? Alok is your name, you said. Very good. Alok. Read.
Wolfhard, Kannelberg, comma, the church, comma, trans dot, K, Green, bracket, Philadelphia, column, the Westminster Press, comma, 1983, bracket, comma, 107.
Yes. But can you explain that? What does that mean? Wolfhard Pannenberg was a theologian, famous theologian, internationally known. Wolfhard, yeah, Pannenberg. The name of the person. His first name is Wolfhard. Pannenberg is his second name, right? Go ahead.
The church, that is title of the book.
The church, that's right. That's separated by a comma, right? From the author statement. Yes. Translated by. That trans dot means translated by. All right, that's the significance of that statement. Translated by. Yeah, yeah. So you put simply trans, T-R-A-N-S, right? Yeah, Keith Krim. So soon after the author statement, if there is a translator or compiler or whatever comes here, you understand. Unless, of course, these people are compiler and editors are put before. Otherwise, soon after the statement, the title statement, you have a description translated by so-and-so. And sometimes it might be compiled by so-and-so. Author's work stretching over 20 years, arranged in a particular way by somebody. So many others may have arranged, like Thomas Aquinas' work being edited by different people. So you might want to find out who edited this. All right. So you might say Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologicae, and then of course edited by so-and-so. All right. So that's where that statement must say. So in this case, it is translated by Keith Krim. Yeah. And then the place of publication, the publisher, the Westminster Press, year of publication, etc., and page number. Next, bibliography.
Panelberg, Old Heart, The Church, translated by Keith Green, Philadelphia, the Westminster Press, 1983.
Yes. What do you notice? Yesterday they all explained, so it's easier for you now. What are the things that you notice here?
The title has come from names.
Title, what do you mean title has come from? The surname has come from. Yeah, it's not a title, it's a name. Yeah, the surname has come first. In other words, the name has been reversed. Surname first, his Christian name second. Yes.
Then
Yeah.
name of the person,
No, the book, the title of the book, man.
father name.
Acha, okay. You mean Olfart. Yeah, it's a Christian name, his first name. Very good. Right.
Title of the book.
Yes.
Then translated by Keith
Yes.
Green. It remains same.
No, you are writing it fully. In the footnote, you simply write TRANS dot. But in the bibliography, you are writing it fully. Translated by. Do you understand that? Yeah. So you are writing it by, without any punctuation, translated by Keith Krim, comma, and then publisher statement. Place of publication, colon, the Westminster Press, colon means dot. Is it dot over dot or dot under dot? A colon. You know what a colon is? Yeah. It's different from semicolon. What's a semicolon? Yeah, dot on top and comma below. So some people have difficulty writing colon because which dot comes first, they don't know. All right. Which one? Yes. So, so it's dot over dot or dot under dot. The same, the writing level or something, it's difficult. Which level comes first? Anyway, I'm trying to confuse you. Okay, next. Over, that's enough. 2.9, brother.
Authors were contained in collected works.
Yes.
Samuel Taylor Coleridge,
Yeah.
the complete works of Samuel Taylor Coleridge, editor, W. G. Shed, Volume 1, Aids to Reflection, open bracket, New York, Harper and Rose, 1984, close bracket, 18,
Very good. Do you understand all that? Explain. Loud.
Samuel Taylor Coleridge is the name, the author's name.
Yeah. You heard of that poet? Coleridge. Never heard about him. Kubla Khan. Have you read that poem or studied that poem? You have? You don't? You're not? What did you study then? Huh? You studied English literature? You studied English literature and you didn't hear about Coleridge. You must have studied some other English literature. All right. Okay. Go ahead. I am a literature student myself. Yes, I did my MA in literature a very long time ago. Yeah. So I'm interested in the language. Yeah. Go ahead.
The complete works of Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Work.
Yeah, the complete works of Samuel Taylor Coleridge. All right. That is the title of this book. The book was written by who? Samuel Taylor. Because it is his work, a collection of poems or essays or whatever he wrote. This has been now collected together. I just mentioned that. And it is collected together by who? Yeah, that's right. WGT Shed. This is the person. So the author's name, yes, and then the title's name, the complete, yeah, works of Samuel Taylor Coleridge. All right, editor, edited by it is like that means translated by. Here ed dot means edited by, right? Yeah, edited by WGT Shed, and then you are referring to volume number 1. This complete works of Samuel Coleridge, collected by this WGT Shed, may have many volumes, but you are referring to the first volume, all right? Volume 1, and then the title of that volume. Yeah, Aids to Reflection. That too is placed as, remember, in italics. Yeah, because it's a title of a book, remember, one volume. It's a title of a book, and therefore it is placed in italics. Yeah. Then the place of publication, publisher statement. Yes. Brothers, Harper and Brothers. Yeah, that's how you read that. Yeah, 1984. That's a year of publication, and page number 18. Full stop. In bibliography. Yeah. Yes. So the name of the author is reversed. All right. Coleridge Samuel Taylor. Yeah.
The complete works of Samuel Taylor Coleridge, edited by WGT Shed, volume 1, Aids to Reflection, New York, Colon, Harper and Brothers, .com, 1984.
Yeah. So you notice in the previous case, translated by. And so in the bibliography, we wrote that fully. All right, translated by, after the title statement and a comma, you say translated by so and so. In the same way, I mentioned in connection, if it is a compiler, editor, the same detail is given here as well. So after the title of the work, you put a comma and then say edited by. You write that in full, edited by WGT Shed. Okay. So usually you must notice that difference, because sometimes students make mistakes. When you are including editor as author, we say, Brother Subin Matthew, all right, Subin Matthew. So you have author statement, you have the title of a book, Expressway to Heaven. He is writing a book on that. Expressway to Heaven. Right. Yeah. So the author, let us say this book is edited by Matthew. All right. Then you would add here ED. All right. Editor. Full stop. Comma. So this ED is different from this ED that we are mentioning here. Here it refers simply to ED and editor. And so if there are more than one, if you Thomas Matthew, Subin Matthew, as well as Thomas somebody, all right, and you write EDS, editors. But this edited by, after the title statement, all right, suppose he has written this book, or they have written this book, or I say they have written the book and somebody else is editing, all right. So let's say two people have edited. Now ED dot, two people you mentioned, two names you mentioned. Now some students write this EDS, Because two people have edited the work, they think that this is editors. All right. So this refers not to editors, this refers to edited by. This is a verb. Whereas when we place this ed here, it refers to a noun, remember. And so when it is plural, you add editors. But here it's a verb actually, edited by. So there is no question of how many people have edited, doesn't matter. The form remains the same, ed dot. All right. Please note that difference. Do you follow that? Am I confusing you or what? No, because students make this mistake. If more than one person has edited another work, they, instead of writing ed dot, they say eds dot. They equate this ed with that first ed. That's why I'm clarifying that. They have different use of the word. You follow that, brother? Edil. Very good.
Ed dot comma is there.
Yeah, there is a comma. Ed. EDS and dot and comma is also there here too. Eh?
Only ed dot is there.
Yeah, edited by, that's right. So in the second one, there is no question of comma. Because we are saying that's a difference. In this, there is only a dot. But in the first one, there is usually a dot and a comma. All right. So this is author statement, a clarification, editors or editor, and then the title statement, and then followed by translated by, edited by, compiled by, etc. So we put ed dot, there is no comma or whatever, edited by. You understand that? That's why in the bibliography we write that out, edited by, translated by. You follow? Yeah. Yes.
Two Italian sentences. The complete works of Samuel Taylor.
That's right.
And the Acts of Reflection. Is both the books' names?
What do you mean? Yeah, the complete works of Samuel. That's the title of all books. There may be 6 volumes. All right. All of them have the first title as complete works of Samuel Taylor Coleridge. First volume, volume number 1. It has got only one title. Aids to what? Reflection. Yeah. The other may be whatever. Yeah. I've seen those works, all right. Complete works of, I think there's 4 or 5 volumes, in fact. Yeah. But you forget the details now. All right. So volume number 1, volume number 2 will have another title, etc. All right. So you have the complete work. In the library, if you walk in the reference library, in the last shelf there, you have commentaries. All right. Interpreter's commentary of the Bible, or Anga Bible commentary. There is a whole series of books, 40, 50 books in the Anger Bible series, maybe 56 or something, I forget now the number. All right. So every volume has got its own title, and it is also written by another author. But the entire work has a series of editors, and all of them have the same main title, Anger Bible series. So when you are referring to these works, you have to give, first of all, the general editor's name. And then you give the title, general title, and then volume, and the title of the volume by so-and-so. You understand? Yeah, we will talk about that as we go along. Yeah, go ahead. Maybe next one. You finished? Alok, you finished? Very good. Yeah, you are reading. You also finished. Please, next. 2.10. Yeah, 2.10.
Separately titled volume in a multi-volume of with a general title, common general editors or editor, and a different author.
That's what I was just talking to you about. You understand? Yeah. General work, edited by a set of people, each book titled differently and authored differently. That's what he is going to read. Yes, go ahead.
Gordon and Gray, comma, editor, dot, comma, an introduction to literature, comma, volume 2, comma, the nature of drama, comma, by Herbert Atner, open bracket, Boston, colon,
Hutton,
Hutton,
uh,
Mifflin,
Company.
Mifflin Company,
Yes.
dot, comma, 1956,
59. Is it 59 or 56? It doesn't matter. 59. It is, I think I wrote 59. Okay, go ahead.
1959, close bracket, comma, 47 to 49.
Yeah, but some people have difficulty reading straight. They read from the other side. So I think he has that gift of reading from the other side. In other words, yeah, one of my family members can do that. They can sit here and read very fast, this one. As you read the text, they can read from here. Practice that way. So I think he is good at that. So he is reading the 9 as 6. Or 6 as 9. What did you read? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Next. So I think it is clear. We just saw that when separately titled volume in a multi-volume work with the general title, general editors and different authors. So first of all, you have to put the general editor's name first. All right. So as I said to you in the Anger Bible series, that's a set of books which corresponded to this title. I could have written this as well. But when I wrote these notes down, I wrote it elsewhere, so these books were not accessible to me directly. Otherwise, I would have taken this as the example. Anyway, so you have Gordon M. Array, that's a general editor. So you put ed dot, comma, and then the general title. In other words, all the volumes will have this title. This is a general title, Introduction to Literature. All right. And then, of course, you refer to the volume number, whichever volume you are referring to. And each volume has got its separate title, that is the nature of drama, and each volume is written by different people. So by Hubert Hefner, and then your Boston, a place of publication, etc. It's the same. Publication statement is the same, and then page number. You remember, if you are giving reference to a range of page numbers, usually we refer to one thing, but when you are giving reference that the material you have drawn is scattered between 42 and 45th page, then you can give reference that way. All right, yeah. So not only when you copy this, if you're copying from 46 and 47, you can put inverted commas and find out in the footnote 46, 47. But also, if the material is scattered from 45 to 46, instead of repeating each time, you can, in somewhat continuous way, if it is contained in those pages, you can also mention 45 to 45, 47 with the use of CF, confer. Yeah. Next. Bibliography. Yes.
Gray, comma, Gordon and dot, comma, editor dot, comma, an introduction to literature, comma, volume 2, comma, the nature of drama, comma, by Herbert Hefner, comma, Boston, column, author, Mifflin Company, dot, comma, 1959, full stop.
Yes. So in the bibliography, we don't give reference to page numbers, and we put the publication statement outside the bracket. So that's the only thing that we need to remember. Next, please, 2.11. Next, brother. Yeah, okay.
In a multi-volume book with a general title and one author.
Yeah. So the difference between this and the previous is all these volumes were written by only one author, what you're going to read. But in the previous case, different authors. There was one general editor, but different authors for different volumes, etc. One general title and different volumes titled differently. All right, now you have one author only. There may be 6 volumes, 7 volumes. It's the same author. Okay, go ahead.
Civil right, evolution and genetics of populations, volume 4, variability within and among natural populations, bracket open, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1978, bracket close, 67, full stop.
Yeah, can you discuss that?
Civil right, the author.
Seawall.
Seawall
Right, yeah.
the author, separated by comma.
Yes.
Evolution and the genetics of populations.
Yeah.
That is the title of the volume.
Yeah.
Volume 4.
No, that's a general title. General title. All the volumes will have this title. All right. Then you go on to specify volume 4. And what follows volume 4 is the title of that volume number 4. All right. Yeah. That will be found only in that book. Volume 3, volume 2 will have other titles. Yeah. But the first title that you read, Evolution and the Genetics of Populations, this will be the same for all. All right. And since it's the same one author has written, you don't have to repeat his name, in the second volume, third volume, fourth one. In the previous case, each volume was written by different people. All right. So we wrote up to the title by so and so. All right. Now it's the same author who has written, and therefore we have mentioned his name first, Seawall Wright. All right. He's the one. And so there is no need to repeat his name here. Go ahead. Yeah.
Variability within and among natural populations. The title of the 4th volume.
Yes.
Then Chicago, place of printing, University of Chicago Press, the publication, 1978 year, and the page number 60.
Very good. You got the idea. So once you get the method in your head, you can manage actually, yeah. But then you can follow this. Keep these notes. Don't throw them away until you leave the seminary at least. All right. Afterwards you get them. But until then, follow what is being said there. Yeah. Yes.
Right, Seawall, evolution and genetics of populations, volume 4, variability within and among natural populations, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1978, full stop.
Very good.
The surname has become the first name,
Yeah.
and the first name is Seawall. The general title, separated by volume 4, variability within and among natural populations, separated by Chicago, the place, University of Chicago Press, the publication, separated by 1978, the year.
Very good. Next, please, brother.
2.12.
What's his name? You are Susai Raj, and this is Arun. Arun what? Arun Kumar. He is Arun Lakra. Arun, he's a confederate of mine. I think you are my worthy opponent, I think. He is my confederate. Very good. Speak.
2.1 refers to a multi-volume work as a whole.
Yes.
Footnote. Paul
Tillich. Yeah.
Systematic theology, third volume.
No, 3 volumes.
3 volumes.
Yeah.
Full stop, open bracket, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1951.
51 to 63. Yeah. But do you understand what you are reading? Yeah, read. Explain. Let's hear.
The name of the author.
Yeah, Paul Tillich. Very good.
Separated by comma, the title, Systematic Theology. And separated by comma, having 3 volumes.
Yeah. In other words, see, this is not a book from where you have borrowed. You are giving the reader an indication of the existence of some book. You understand? So if you notice, there is no reference to page numbers. All right. You are just telling the reader that such a book is available. And this book consists of 3 volumes. All right. So what you are writing there is 3 volumes, not volume 3. All right. Otherwise, you would be putting the VOL first and then 2 or 3. Please note, most of you have the habit of writing after VOL Roman letters, volume 1, volume 2. But we follow, there's nothing wrong in writing that way, but we follow the method that we put Arabic numerals, all right, not Roman letters. So volume 1, volume 2, etc. So here we are writing 3 volumes. So this is not referring to any particular volume, but they are referring to the volumes as a whole, okay? That's why we put the number first, 3 VOLS dot. All right, then of course the publication statement, where this was published and who published it and when it was published. And then, of course, the 51 to 63 means these 3 volumes were published over. The first was published in 51, the last was published in 63, and the other in between. All right. So between these years, these 3 volumes were published. All right. That's what you are indicating by this. Yeah. Go ahead. Bibliography.
The second name of the author has come first,
Very good.
separated by comma, then Paul, comma, systematic theology, comma, 3 volumes, dot, comma, Chicago, colon, University of Chicago Press, comma, 1951 to 63, full stop.
Yes. So you can read that footnote there. I have given a reference to a footnote. You can read that.
Footnote 3.
Yes.
Note that when the individual volumes have been published in different years, the fact is to be indicated by inclusive numbering as indicated here.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining to you, that these 3 volumes were published between 51 to 63 or whatever. And so you give that date. There's nothing wrong if you say volume 1, in the bracket you could write, for example, volume 1, 1951, volume 2, 56, all right, 61, no problem. But there is no need for this, all right, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you are borrowing some material from them, you give the page number, definitely. But your purpose here is not to refer to the material that you have borrowed, but to tell the reader that these books exist. If you want to read more, please look into these. All right, these 3 volume books are available. That's what you are giving, right? Yeah. Of course, if you borrowed something, you cannot simply say Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologicae, and then leave it at that. Publish between this and this. That you cannot do. He has to give reference to what question, what article, what objection or ad, etc. He has to give precise reference. Yeah, we will see as we go along. Yeah. Next. Books in a series, right? Who's reading? Yeah, you, or we come from here, front. Let us follow the order.
Book
Yes.
in series. Ellen Pollard, comma, The Politics of Sexuality, colon, Gender and Ideology in the Words of Swift and Pope, comma, Women in Culture and Society series, open the bracket, Chicago, colon, University of Chicago Press, comma, 1985, bracket close, comma, 124, full stop.
Yes.
First is the name of the author, comma,
Yeah.
the main title of the series of,
Yes.
and separated by a colon, and what comes after the colon is a subtitle
Yes.
of the series. And and then comma, Women in Culture and Society series. There is the
Yes.
name of the series.
That's right.
Then comma, the place of publication and the publication's name, the year of publication, separated by the publication, comma, year of publication, close the bracket, comma, page number. Also.
That's right. So the only difference that we must note is we are giving reference to the series after the title of the book, after the title statement. All right. So the title statement is The Poetics of Sexual Myth, Gender, and Ideology in the Verse of Swift and Pope. Jonathan Swift and Alexander Pope. Don't think of Pope Francis now. Alexander Pope. You heard of these people? Yeah, very good. Yeah. Then, of course, the Women and Culture and Society series. All right, so this series may have many books. If you walk into our library in the stock room on the left in the first cupboard, there's a whole series of an introduction, a short introduction series. All right. The whole 100 odd books would be there. They're small books. They're very useful books for you all. You want to read about Thomas Aquinas, Freud, anything on psychology, go to those books. You can read it in 1 or 2 days' time if you seriously read. Small book, maybe some 60, 70 pages each book consists of. A short introduction to all kinds of stuff, right? Yeah, it's a good thing to be familiar with in case you want. And that's a short introduction series, right? I hope they are continuing. All the books were not available. Some of them were available. I hope they are continuing the purchase of those books, etc. Anyway, but useful books you can read. And you cannot read everything, all right, but at least some things you can read and get somewhat overall grasp of a lot of things in our life. That's the way you increase your knowledge. So in case you're interested, as you enter in the first cupboard on the left, unless of course they have changed the pattern of the library. I didn't walk into the stock room yet. So usually they don't change. You can't change that so easily. It needs a lot of work. All right, so most probably nobody has undertaken that change. So the first cupboard on the top, you'll find small books, a whole series of them. Don't mix them up. Right, that's a series. So in this case, it is Women in Culture and Society series. All right. Next, brother. Bibliography. Yeah.
Pollock, Ellen, the Poetics of Sexual Myth, Gender and Ideology in the Words of Swift and Pope, Women in Culture and Society series, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1985, full stop.
Yes.
The surname of the author comes first.
Very good. Yeah.
The first name, the name of the book, the main title, followed by colon, the subtitle, then comma, then the name of the series, comma, the place of publication, colon,
Yes.
the publication's name, comma, the year of publication, full stop.
Yes. So in other words, each book has got its own different title. The subject may be completely different. These books is the series. All right. It is published as a series. All right. That's what connects this book. So if a librarian is somewhat sensible, although this book may be about theology, philosophy, this, that, and all that, but since it belongs to a series, he would put that together under a series. If librarian doesn't have akal, he would put this all into different places. They go into 100 places, they are as good as lost. All right, yeah. It depends. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Yeah, one more lecture, right? Are you tired? Jump around a little bit. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. I was checking from where this starts operating. I think in quite a distance it goes. So in case I forget to switch off this one and go to the box, you might hear some extra sounds. So gentlemen, let us proceed. Oh yeah. Next, you can read. Who's reading next?
2.14.
Yes.
Book in a series when the series editor's name is included. Charles Swoi, The Economic History of Turkey, 1802-1914, publication of the Center for the Middle Eastern Studies, edited Richard L. Chambers, number 13, open bracket, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1980, close bracket, 48.
That's right. So the difference between this and the previous one was that in the previous case, the series editor is not mentioned. It is simply said, whatever, women's what? Development series or whatever that we call that. Yeah, women in culture and society series. That's what we said about. There is no editor mentioned, the series editor. Sometimes it can happen that the entire series is edited by one or a group of people. So in which case, how to give reference? That's what this is about. Go ahead. Can you explain, brother? Yeah. Bhagya Nathan. Bhagya Nathan, right? Yes.
Charles was the author.
Yes.
The Economic History of Turkey is a title.
No, title goes further than that. 1800 to 1914. Yeah, that's right. So the history covers that period. All right. So that's part of the title. You will see that numbers are put in italics, remember. Okay. So that's part of the title. The economic history of Turkey from 1800 to 1914. That's the title. Yeah.
Publication of the Center for the Middle Eastern Studies.
Yes. That's a series. All right. In other words, this book, like many other books, belong to this series called Publication of the Center for Middle Eastern Studies. All right. Yeah. Yeah, Richard, edited by. Yes, this is a verb, remember. I made that distinction. Please note. This is a translated by, edited by. It's not editor, but edited by. Yes. Edited by L. Chambers. Yes. Number 13. In other words, in this series, this is number. Some books, some series don't number their book. The one I mentioned numbered up to 153, 156 or something. We don't have all of them. So I had so arranged it so that as the numbers came, you could be inserted. That's a little complicated numbering. Now I don't know whether this is being followed up or whatever. May not be followed up. Because one librarian has got one vision. That's the way we are. Another has another way of looking at things. Anyway, doesn't matter. Whatever you have. But it's a good collection of books. You have quite a number of books. All of them numbered. All right. Go to the library next. This useful book. Yes.
University of Chicago Press publication.
Very good.
And the year 1980, and the page number 48.
Yes. So from page number 48, you have taken this All right. So the difference between this and the previous reference, as I mentioned to you, is the series editor is mentioned. So after mentioning the series, then you give that number in that section. Bibliography.
Charles, the economic history of Turkey, 1802, 1914, edited by Richard L. Chambers, number 13, Chicago, semicolon, University of Chicago Press, 1980, full stop.
Yes. So the only changes that we notice that the surname is brought forward first, and the rest is more or less the same. All right, except that we put the publication detail. Yeah, please.
2.15.
Yes.
Paperback series of earlier hardbound series.
But do you know the difference between hardbound and paperback? No. See, usually speaking, when a book is published, all right, they publish in hardbound form, and that is very enormously expensive. All right. So sometimes it's cloth bag, hard bound. Right. In other words, the cover pages are hard. Right. All the commentaries that you have here, they're all hard bound. Sometimes it is cloth back. In other words, they put a cloth at the back. All right. And the binding is stronger and it stays longer. So it's meant especially for those who collect books, those libraries and institutions, etc. But they are too expensive for individuals to buy. So after some time, when this hardback is a hardbound book is published, they convert that into a paperback series. Either these publishers or somebody else would make that into a paperback publication. In other words, the cover pages would be paper and the back, there would be no cloth binding. You understand? It's cheaper. The books are cheaper in that format. So it's meant for individuals to collect, etc. So you have a lot of paperback series. Penguin Books publish a lot of paperback series. All right. There are certain publishers who publish only paperback series. That is to say, making available books which are expensive otherwise for people in general. Right. That's the significance of that hardbound and paperback, etc. So there may be hardbound edition earlier, which has been now changed into paperback by another editor, another publishers, or the same publishers. They could both do that. The details are given here. Yeah, go ahead, read. Yes.
But is there any difference in the content of
No, no difference between. Page numbers may differ because it is another edition. All right.
because there is not too much difference between the price of
Not much difference between the price.
much difference like 200 300.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes it's hundreds of rupees difference between both. All right. So the paperback is meant for people who cannot afford to buy hardbound books, etc. All right. The content is not the same. It's the same and it's not changed. All right, it's the same. Yeah, just because of the price, they don't add more words or take out more words or what. Not that way. It's like giving you less oil for less price and more oil for higher price, etc. Not that way. A book is sold. It was written by the author and they don't reduce anything when the price is brought down. Only the quality of the paper and the binding, etc. These things are changed. All right. Usually hardbound books are priced very highly. They go into hundreds of rupees, like 500, 700, etc. The book itself may be 200-300 page book, but a hardbound, they charge very high. It is meant for institutions, etc. Libraries collect this book. They pay, they get this because it lasts long. A paperback, when 5 people read, the books will come apart. Pages would come apart. All right. Then you don't know what to do afterwards. You get it bound and a little complicated. We have those breviaries. I don't know if you have seen those 3-volume breviaries. Have you seen? When we were ordained, all right, way back in 1977, I was ordained, given those books. I still have them. I use them. Don't think I'm keeping somewhere nicely. But the book is preserved well. I use every day when I'm at home. Nowadays, this is available. So it's not worth carrying this luggage. All right, everything is here in this. All right, your breviary and your dictionary and your pardon Bible and everything possible is here. Your class notes and everything else is here. All right, it's easy, small thing. You put it in your pocket. All right. So wonderful facility, but use it well. People are using this for all kinds of stuff. All right, yeah, it's a useful tool. Keep it and use it for proper tool. Sometimes they forbid this at the altar or something. I have the mass here. When I'm saying mass by myself, you don't need anything else. All right, right from the beginning, in the name of the Father till the last blessing, every line is here with the proper day's prayers and readings and responses, etc. So you never have to worry where to turn. You only have to choose the date, correct date, and then you have everything in front of you. All right. Otherwise, you have to carry a missal, you have to carry the lectionary, and you have to need the order to find out which is what, etc. All right. Here you just turn 2 switches, and of course you get today's morning prayers, evening prayers, or whatever. There's a program called Universalis. All right, you have to buy that program. It's not very expensive, and if you have that program, all right, you have everything. Yeah, daily mass and saints and all that you wish to have for the liturgy is given here. So anyway, so that's a good facility. All right. If you want to cheat the publishers, you can steal this as well from those who have. All right, yeah. But that's not correct to do, stealing programs which we should buy. Yeah. Stealing is not good. Right? Thou shalt not steal, it is said. The commandment very clearly says, thou shalt not steal. But I have also stolen. Because for us to pay is difficult. We don't have online payment if you have the facility. Then it's easier. It's not very expensive, 700-800 rupees. Readily pay. But those of us who don't have this accounts and lived without an account, now in this old age, I might be dead next year or year after next. For what we need accounts, you see, isn't it? So we don't, I never went in for an account. So these facilities came recent times where you have to pay online. Yeah. The only thing that we can pay online is what? Some tribute you can pay. Right. Okay, gentlemen, let us proceed. What are we saying? We finished that? 2, 1, 4. Is it? Books and series. Which number was that? 215. Yes, please. Next. Somebody, yeah.
Paperback series of earlier Armstrong's
Yeah.
footnote. George Cannon, American diplomacy, 1900 to 1950, in bracket, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1951, semicolon, paperback, New Delhi, Phoenix Books, 1970, close bracket, page number 50.
Yes. Go ahead. You highlight those differences there, what you notice. George F. Kennan. That's a author's name, all right. First name first, the middle name put in the form of initial, and then Kennan. Fine enough. And then you have the title of the book. Yeah. Which is the title of the book?
American diplomacy.
More than that.
1900 to
Yeah, American diplomacy, usually before numbers, etc., we usually have a comma, generally speaking, all right. So the title is stated that way, American diplomacy, 1900 to such and such date, all right. So that's the title of the book, 1900 to 1950, yeah. Chicago, yes, that is put in bracket. Pardon?
After the book's title, there is no. It's left out or purposely avoided.
Which one?
1900 to 1950. After that, there is no comma. Is it avoided?
There is no comma. Nowhere you'll find. It's a bracket. Nowhere you'll find. All right. Before the publication statement, nowhere you will find a comma. All right. It's written without a comma since we have a bracket. But at the end of the bracket, we have a comma before page number is written. All right. So you might have thought everything is to be divided by a comma. All right. So before the publication statement, there is no comma. After the title, we just write the publication because the publication detail goes along with the title. So we put that in the bracket. We are not separating it with a comma, etc. All right. So that's a detail. None of those from the beginning. If there is a comma, it's a mistake on my part. Usually there is no comma at all. Yeah, go ahead. Next.
Hardbound series published in University of Chicago Press in 1951. Paperback in New Delhi, Phoenix Books, 1970. It is published.
1970, 1951. We usually read that way. Nothing wrong in saying 1951. So when you say that, everybody understands. All right. We usually say 1951. Yeah. So in other words, Chicago, the place it was published was Chicago. University of Chicago Press published that way back in 1951. Presumably it was bound in hardback form. All right. Now the paperback of that book was published in New Delhi, right? So you point out to paperback, so you put a comma. So we have, please note that that semicolon there, between hardbound and paperback. So there is a semicolon. So far we never used a semicolon. Here, one statement about hardbound publication is separated by another publication by a semicolon. Yeah, please note that detail. Semicolon. And then paperback, comma, New Delhi, the place of publication, and the publisher is Phoenix Books. And once again, the place is separated from the publisher by a colon. It's the same, whether it be in the previous case or in this case, the place of publication is separated from the publisher with a colon. All right. So paperback, comma, the publisher place, colon, the publisher, etc. And the year of publication, etc. Yeah. It's the same in the bibliography, except those details of removing the bracket. Other than that, it's the same thing that we put also in the bibliography. But you can read that, yeah. You can, in case there is some difference, you can highlight that for us. Yeah.
Bibliography, Canon, Georgia, American diplomacy, 1900 to 1950, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1951, semicolon, paperback, New Delhi, Phoenix Books, 1970, full stop.
Yes. Any explanations you want to give? A brief comment?
Surname has come first.
Yes.
title is given.
Yes. So since book title is not separated by a bracket, all right. So as we, before we did, when the bracket is taken out, we separate the title from the publisher statement by a comma, all right. So that you can notice, and the semicolon that comes after the first publication statement. Hardbound, although we have not said hardbound here, you can make a statement as well. Hardbound, Chicago University Press, such and such date, but it's understood. All right, when you add paperback, so it's understood that the first publishing was hardbound. Otherwise, why would they publish again paperback? All right, that's right. If it was published in the first place as a paperback book, yes. Go ahead, next.
2.16.
Yes.
Edition other than the first. Footnote. M. Bober, Karl Marx Interpretation of History, second edition, full stop, Harvard Economic Studies, open bracket, Cambridge, colon, Harvard University Press, 1948, bracket close, 89, full stop.
Okay.
M. Bober is the right author.
Yes.
And
So we don't have the proper first name, all right? So we only have the initial, all right? We have often that type of situation in our country also. When people write their name, they give initials only sometimes, right? Yeah, or it may be referring to their surname, or simply, the surname is added and the first name is initialed, all right? So we put that simply that way. Barber, Barber, Karl Marx's interpretation of history. Yeah, yes,
And the second edition,
yes,
that is done by Harvard Economic Studies.
that's right.
And say, printed in Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1948. Page number quoted from page number 89.
Yes. So, second edition, all right, that ED has now third meaning, right? The ED is a complicated word. In one case, it is editor, editors. In the second case, it was edited by, and here it is second edition. So, editor, editors, edited by, and edition. So ED can mean any one of these things, depending upon the context in which it occurs. So please note that. Otherwise, you would be thinking it is edited by Harvard Economic Studies. No, it's not. So it's simply part of that series. Harvard Economic Studies is a series, as we saw before. All right, women's issues or economic, social series or something we saw, something like that. Harvard Economic Studies is the series, Brother Sabio, which to which this book belongs. Okay, yeah. And then, of course, it was published by Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1948, page number 89. Yeah. Bibliography?
Karl Marx Interpretation of History, second edition, Harvard Economic Studies, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1948, full stop.
That's right. So you have, you wanted to comment? Please, go ahead. What you wanted to say it.
Second name has come from bibliography.
Yes. Initial imam, and the rest remains the same. Only thing is, after the title, before we include the publication detail, we remove the bracket and put a comma. All right, that's one thing we can note as distinctive in these references. Yeah, I think that's enough. Next, Yeah,
Usually we write full when we write bibliography.
Yeah.
Edition is written only short form.
second edition, yeah, bibliography, second edition, yes, we wrote in full. You can also put that as full as well, all right, in order for the logic to be proper. But second edition stands indicator that, it's second edition. But it would be fully correct for you to write second edition, edition, in full. Because in the bibliography section, we are writing everything in full, all right. So, but suppose you indicate it this way, it wouldn't be considered as a mistake as well, all right. Yeah. Go ahead, next.
2.17, reprint edition.
Yeah,
Neil Harris, the artist in American Society, the formative years, 1790 to 1860. Open bracket, New York, George Braziller, 1966, semicolon, reprint, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, Phoenix Box, 1982, close bracket, 43 to 44.
yes,
Neil Harris is the author's name. The artist in American Society is the main title,
yes,
followed by Then the formative years, 1780 to 1860 is the subtitle. Then followed by New York, a place, and George Braziller is a publication press. Then followed by year 1966.
yes,
Semicolon. Then reprint in Chicago, University of Chicago Press, Phoenix Books, 1982.
yeah, they are the publishers who reprinted this and published this, all right. Phoenix Books. In the first case, it was George Braziller. They were the publishers, all right. In this case, they are this Phoenix Books, right? Yeah, 43 to 44. There's a footnote. You just highlight that. That's an important point that we need to note. Yeah,
Page references are to the reprint edition if citation is done from it.
that's right. So if usually you wouldn't go in for reprint statement unless and until you are writing from the reprint. Otherwise, why would you include all these details? All right. Unless you want to inform the reader that this is also available in book. You are taking from hardbound and you want to inform that there's a paperback book available, in which case you can include those details. But usually speaking, we refer to these details, first edition, second edition, etc. If there are some page number differences, I don't know, did you get that pastoral guide? You didn't get yet, that you'll get as a moral theology book. It has got 3 volumes, but you will be given 2 volumes. The third volume is a useless stuff. Yeah, but yeah. So it's a canon law, a commentary on the canon law, which is not worthwhile at all. Yeah. So anyway, so 2 volumes would be given. It's a 4th edition. So when you compare the first edition with the 4th edition, there are a lot of differences. All right, somebody has re-edited this, page numbers are different, etc. So if you are referring to this 4th edition and don't include 4th edition, anyone who, if I am having that book, I go to my first edition book. I'd be scratching my head, what is he referred to? All right. So you give me that edition number, it's easy for me. This is not from this edition, it's from another edition of the same book. That's why you add this, whether it's second edition or reprint or whatever, because there might be some differences, not to the content, not that they have removed more words or included more words. That also could be done. They could be re-editing this, but by and large, page numbers differ, etc. The format of a book, when it changes, the page numbers differ, and so you might have to refer to this reprint and second edition, 4th edition. So if you are giving reference to pastoral guide, you will have to necessarily include, that edition statement, 4th edition. because it has got 4 editions, and each of them is a little different. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah.
Harris, Neil, the artist in American Society, the formative years, 1780 to 1860, New York, George Braziller, 1966, reprint, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, Phoenix Books, 1982, full stop. Difference is only in this author's name. Second, surname must come first.
Yes.
First name must come second, and the bracket is removed.
That's right. And of course, you have this Phoenix Books that read information is included there, reprinted in Chicago, reprint, comma, all right, and this reprint statement is separated from the original publication statement by a semicolon. Remember, semicolon, and then it's the same logic that we followed earlier. Yeah, I think those are the details we need to remember. Next.
2.18.
Overnight, yes.
Title within a title. Alan Ford, the harmonic organization of inverted commas, open, the right of frame, inverted comma, close, open bracket, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1978, close bracket, page number, full stop.
Yes.
In this, Alan Ford is the author.
Yeah.
The title of the book is The Harmonic Organization, and under the title, that is within a title, it is the right of spring, that is level inverted commas.
That's right. What is the right of the spring? The right of spring. What is it? Title of what? Title of a book, or what do you think? Huh? Yeah, it's a book, title of a book. All right. So how to put one title of a book in another title? Because both are italicized. Titles of books are italicized, obviously. All right. So how to indicate that this is a separate title as part of that title, the book's title. So this is put into double inverted commas. So the reader immediately knows, oh, this the Rite of Spring. All right, that's a book, and this has been inserted into this. There's a footnote. You can read that footnote, number 5.
Please note that a title of another word that would ordinarily be italicized itself is enclosed in double quotation marks when it appears as part of an italicized title.
That's right. So remember that explanation. You may not note unless and until this is highlighted. All right. So you might note. And when it comes to writing, sometimes you are puzzled. How do we write? How to put this title into that title? All right. If it's a title of an article and not a book, how do I insert? All right. So these can help us. Yeah. And bibliography.
The harmonic organization of inverted commas, the right of spring, close the inverted commas, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1978.
Very good.
The surname is at first,
Yeah.
first name, then the book, the title of the book, then the title within the title is other in double inverted commas.
Yes.
Then the place of publication, then the publishers, then the year.
Yeah. So we come back to the original readers here. These are the guys who started. Now they must have fallen asleep by now. Yes. Next.
2.19.
Yeah.
The title of a book is the title of a journal, article, poem, or short story.
Yeah. So the previous one was title of a book and the title of a book. Remember, that's a previous case. In this, the title of a book in the title of a journal. Do you understand that word journal? Journal means what? What's a journal? Journal is not a book, man. Right? Although it is treated as far as bibliography is concerned, we will be treating them as a book. But what's a journal anyway? collection of articles which are published, in a standard format, like a book. All right. You have the concilium that comes here, or theological studies. So they are like book format. All right. They are different from what we call this paper format. All right. You have tabloids and paper format. They are like book format. They are called journals. Magazines. What? Give me an example of a magazine.
Separate article.
All of them have separate article. This also, journals also have separate article. What's a magazine? Yeah. What would you call a magazine? We get here, don't you? Some journals you get, some magazines you get. Which are the ones which you would call magazine? They are all collection of articles, man. They are all, yeah. Anybody? What would be a magazine here, man, as distinct from journal? Have you gone up there? Are they displaying this journals and magazines and all? No? Give me an example of a magazine. Your concept of magazine. Anybody? Pardon? The Indian current. Yeah, the India Today. All right, yeah. So they are magazines. All right, Indian current. They are in the form of. They are also collection of articles, but they are not published exactly as journals. Journals are a little more. Pardon?
Once in 6 months,
It may be. It depends. It could be monthly. It could be bi-monthly. You could be tri-monthly. All right. Yeah. Tri-monthly. Or Mara. All right. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Then you have quarterly, once in, yeah. And then you have, yeah, 6 monthly, what? By annual. There is a difference. I myself am confused. Biannual and biannual. I think biannual means once in 6 months. Biannual means every second year. Annual and biennial. Every second year something is published. All right, that is biennial. Biennial celebration, you call that, every second year celebration. Biannual means once in 2 months. If I am wrong, you can correct me if it's the other way around. All right, annual. We publish an annual here, Prabodhana. That means once a year we publish that, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Footnote.
Yes,
Carl Aaron Levinson.
yes,
Inverted comma, distance and presence in Augustine's Confessions.
yes,
Comma, inverted comma, close.
yeah,
Journal of Religion, 65.
yes,
Open bracket, October 1985. Close the bracket. Column 508, comma, n, comma, 4, comma, footnote 7.
yes. This is very, very complicated now. So many things you have to highlight. Speak. What are the things you notice from what we have studied so far?
The surname has come first.
Yeah, but there's a footnote first, no? Look at the footnote first. Don't go to the bibliography. Yeah.
Distance and presence in Augustine Confession is
First, Carl Aaron Levinson.
name of the author.
Yeah, name of the author. First name first, middle name second, and the surname third. Right. Then distance and presence in Augustine's Confessions. What does that tell you? The title.
Title of the article.
Title of the article. Yeah. In the title of the article, you have something special there. What do you notice?
Inverted comma.
Where the title of the article is put in inverted commas. So in other words, when a title is put within inverted commas, you know it's a title of an article. But in the title, you notice something there. Do you?
Confessions italics.
Confessions, italicized. What is confessions? You have heard of St. Augustine's Confessions? You have seen that? No, you have not seen. You have seen. Very good. But you have not read. Confessions, yeah. Augustine's Confessions is the book, all right. So that is put us not in inverted commas. In the previous case, we had put the title of the book in the title of a book with the inverted commas. Here, simply it is italicized. Because the rest of the title is in the normal case or a title case, right? You have uppercase, you have lowercase, you have title case, you have sentence case. All right. So you have 4 cases like this. All right. Uppercase means capital letters. Lowercase means small letters. Title case means all important words in the title are with heading. So that's one thing you must always notice there. Every important word in a title, whether it be a book or an article, etc., is capitalized. It's uppercase. Do you understand that? Yeah. So in this case, of course, it's a title case, but the title of the book in that title is italicized. So immediately you know that this is a reference to a book. Confessions, reference to book. Very good, brother. Next, bibliography. So you have page 508, number 4 you read. What is that referring to?
Number 4 refers to footnote number 4. Page reference are to the reprint edition if citation is done from it.
So that we have seen in the previous page, that you know, if you are writing from the 2nd edition or 3rd edition or 4th edition, you know, the page numbers are taken from that. Yeah. So it's the same reprint edition. But we are speaking here about this number. In this, you are writing number 4, and I have put footnote number 7 there, right? What's the footnote saying?
Number 4 refers to footnote number.
That's right. So in that page that we are referring to in that book, all right, there is a footnote. So what your reference material is taken from that footnote in that page. All right. Right. That's what it means. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So gentlemen, see you tomorrow. We have to get through this boring stuff quickly. But if you are interested, if you want to learn these things, pay attention. Go ahead, please.